Testing, testing, 1, 2. I got that damn audio problem again. Hold on. Yeah, it should be better. I found out some of it was caused by some jacks in desperate need of deoxit. I had a whole bunch of inputs where synths were not even playing, although they play fine over the headphone jacks of the synth itself. So that helped a little bit, at least to get some audio coming through that wasn't coming through. What the noise itself is, I'll have to do some recabling at some point because I don't know where it is exactly. So. Just gotta drop this down a bit so I can monitor with one simple window. Quite fit. Let's adjust that zoom. Okay. All right, just to make sure the sound comes through okay, I might have to toggle the noise suppression feature off. Might get a bit of a hum just so I can play a couple things. I'm still testing out some gear to make sure it's all working. The stream quality might have to suffer. Kind of multitasking here. I'm testing and also coming online. People want to chat and stuff. Let's go in here. Unfortunately, the aggregate chat window the StreamYard promises isn't 100%. I get some people commenting in Instagram and Twitch, but I have to go to Instagram and Twitch to actually see their chats. It doesn't come through to StreamYard for some reason. So hopefully, like last time, maybe the noise will settle out as everything warms up. It's just kind of cold in here. Let me turn the suppression off a tad and do a quick synth test. It's still hummy, buzzy, but it's not as bad. And at least the synth is coming through in stereo, and it's clean, roughly. Hey, John, what's up? Still having some audio problems, but I'm just messing around with synths for fun. People want to come on and chat, we can do so. If you can't guess, this is D50. So. Here's a famous one. I can't play the riff, but it's been a long time, so. Scratchy. Better. Yeah, Orinoco Flow, and yeah, this is the Pizza Go-Go. Actually, Pizza Go-Go, but it looks like Pizza Go-Go. Okay, I'm not getting any sound now. I got some more glitchy things here. Still got some scratchy pots and stuff. Nice. That's better. I've gotta wait for the loop around because I don't have loop back running on here. It's cleaner. Oh, I forgot to put the StreamYard link in the chat here. If you guys want to jump in, John, you're welcome to come on and chat. Nice. So, there's supposed to be aftertouch there. It's not working too well. As you guys know, the D50 as you get older, the aftertouch strip doesn't work so well. So, unfortunately. It's called Pressure Me Lead. That's the one I started with. It's called Spacious Sweep. It's a really nice one. This one I think the aftertouch is working on. Let me try. Yeah, you can hear it kick in. I'm not sure what's wrong with that other preset. There's the famous one everyone knows. Really nice Fantasia preset. That's Arco strings. You can hear it as the sampled attack and then the synthetic string part. I think this is the one used by Rick Wakeman a lot of his D50 days on stage. He's doing like blazing fast fingers doing solos with this patch. Just faster than that. I'm not playing it that well, so. That's called D50 Voices. You can hear when I do it offset a little bit. There's a little bit of portamento in there, which is nice. Thanks, John. You can take off. Drop in sometime if you want. You can go on camera or go on mic. One of the famous ones. That's great, evolving textures, and you can hear there's some bands that use the first part of the preset in one song, the preset begin into the middle part, and then cut it off, and then some people let it go all the way through where you hear the actual. I think the band Mr. Mister used this preset on 2 different songs, just that way. There's another one called Intruder Effects I'll find. Same thing, they use pieces of it. That's called combi strings. That's another famous one, guitar. If you know Jean-Michel Jarre, the album Revolutions is almost exclusively D50. It's like a demo record. He has other stuff on there too, but there's so many D50 presets. Like electric pianos and Fender Rhodes kind of stuff on here. Another commonly used patch. What's up, Half God, Half Beast? How's it going? Just messing around, doing some D50 patches, maybe some other stuff, killing some time. I was troubleshooting some audio earlier. You can still hear a hum buzz thing on the line, but it's much better than it was last time. not the riff, the classic Circus Calliope riff, but that's called Gamelan Bell. It's supposed to be a slap bass, but this one should work. This is Pressure Me Strings. If the aftertouch is working now, they should make a change when I press on it. It's pretty subtle, but it's there. One of the most famous ones ever. So famous they copied it on the sound canvas. All the basic General MIDI, Yamaha XG, and the your Roland GS, all the General MIDI stuff, all had this sound on it. The original's still the best, though. These are mostly made by Eric Persing, and there's an Australian guy. I forgot his name. I should have written it down, but Eric Persing did a lot of these presets. Pretty wicked pipe organ there. I'll do a poor attempt at Toccata and Fugue, but I forgot how to play it. I played it years ago. I'm going to turn the audio feed off of this and just listen to the room speakers because it's missing nothing to delay. crazy. That's the toccata part, but the fugue part. Yeah, I forgot the other part. You get the idea. Hey, what's up, Dave? You can jump in if you want. To put the link in there. I'm just screwing around with D50 presets, playing with my audio path tonight. So. Still got a horrible hum, but at least you can hear stuff in stereo, and it's not. The synth part is clear. Those glass voices. Still can't get that one hum to go away. I can't remember this one. It's called Stereo Polysynth. Another famous one, Staccato Heaven. This is their version of shakuhachi. It doesn't have the classic sample quality of the sledgehammer riff. Now we're getting some more of the weird sound design ones. This is Nightmare. Like something Jan Hammer would use on a creepy episode of Miami Vice, but made with more synths on top of each other. Here's one I was talking about earlier. This is one that evolves. It's called Intruder Effects. And it was used in a lot of 80s tracks. Sometimes just a piece of it, and they would either edit it or they would truncate while they're playing, like just lift off or whatever. But you hear different songs using different parts of the evolving patch. So this has a release envelope to make the filter sweep. This one has elements of Fantasia and soundtrack and a few other presets. It's pretty interesting. It's called Future Pad. You guys can't really see I'm blocking the view, but I'm having to do multiple button presses because over time these buttons just get less and less sensitive. So you have to like hit them a few times or push really hard. Eventually they're going to have to be taken apart and cleaned. That one uses the chase phenomenon on the D50. Not too many keyboards had the chase thing. I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's a panoramic feature. but I'm not quite hearing what it's doing, so I can't remember. That's supposed to sound like an Alpha Juno. It's a Juno pad. It's pretty good, actually. Anyway, that's the D50. I'm gonna try something else for a while. You guys want to come in and chat and stuff? The link's there. So. I don't know if my. I'm gonna try this wireless mic thing real quick, so I can go back to my TS10 and see if these are ready to go. Let's see if this works. I'm going to pot down my microphone here and try to use this wireless one real quick. Let's see if it works. Yeah, looks like it's there. Let's see if it's loud enough. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Okay. So at least the microphone will reach over there, but I don't know if this headphone cable is long enough. Let's see. I'm going to go to the TS10. Turn it off. Pretty loud. That is loud. So TS10 is one of the last polysynths that Ensoniq made before they were folded into EMU systems. It has trans waves, it has polyphonic aftertouch, it has crazy sounds on it. I think this will reach, so let's try this. Oh, somebody's in the thing. Sorry, I didn't see it. Uh-oh. Rejoin. I didn't see in there. Sorry. It went away. that's better. A little better. Just random presets on here. This is called Film Pad. Hello.
Hello.
Boy, this thing is loud. Hold on a second. Shit.
It is loud. Am I loud?
No, you're fine. How's it going, man?
Good. I was enjoying listening to the D50.
I'm gonna turn. Let me turn the loop, my poor man's loop back off, because I'm using YouTube delay to hear myself. I don't have loop back installed on this computer. So no, I can't hear what I'm playing through the stream, but I can hear you better.
Ah, okay.
Otherwise, I get confused about which voice is yours. I hit the delay. So. But I also can't hear the hum anymore either. So let me know if it gets worse.
Yeah, it's there, but whatever. So what synth is this?
This is a Ensoniq TS10.
Okay.
So it's a hybrid, sample-based stuff mixed with synthesis. It's got trans waves in it. It's got a bunch of shit. Eastern Air? Crackle there. What is that crackling? That's on my mixer. Hold on a second. I had to do some deoxit earlier on some of my plugs on the Mackie because I haven't used it for quite a while consistently and replugged anything for a long time. So some of the plugs are unplugged, some were plugged and not moved for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's just got oxidized and I got like zero contact. Real bad.
Did it help?
Oh yeah, because the D50 had no sound at all. And I plugged audio into the headphone jack. I go, well, it's working perfectly. I know the cable works because I swapped the cable, a known good cable. And then I'm basically, doing a sex simulation with the the plug going in and out of the thing, right?
Yeah, no, I had to clean my 1604 Mackie that I think it sat for 10, 15 years, and I was deoxing it and doing all the things. Yeah, I cleaned it though. It worked. That's good. You got to kind of use these things sometimes, don't you?
Oh yeah.
That's the problem.
Somehow my camera got cut off here. Let's see. What's going on there? Hit the power strip. There we go. Now the camera's back on. And now I should be able to swap to the other view. There we go. That's better. You're not seeing much. These cameras don't have a lot of wide angle action on them, so it's about as wide as it's going to get right now. So at least you can see the display. It's got an electroluminescent display.
Yeah, looks cool.
And they're really easy to navigate. You pick a bank, and you have basically 8 presets at your disposal right there. You just go button above, button below each thing. So here's one called 24 string something. Guitar looks like it is. Because it's a shaky connection again. Let's try this. Gotta deoxide this one as well. Is that loud or distorted?
That actually sounded pretty good. I didn't hear a lot of crack on it. Sound like
this is a guitar set. This is called Brass Balls. I don't know what that one is.
Okay, see that?
Really distorted?
Yeah, that one's. Forget everything I said before. That one's blowing out the
I
doors.
think some of the presets are a little higher than the other ones.
Yeah, they are. That's how they work.
That's an
Yeah.
actual connection issue, because it's kind of popping in and out of existence. Is that clean? Kind of
Yes.
coming and going.
Yeah, it's
I need more
clipping.
deoxit there too.
Yeah.
More deoxit over there. Let me try another one. Maybe it's not so bad.
Let's get some deoxit in. Yeah.
Let's do a fun one here. SX240. I love the sound on this thing. I like it better than Juno and other stuff from that time period. Juno 6, Juno 60.
Mm-hmm.
Put this down so you can see it. And the lower shelf. Turn this sucker on.
That's interesting.
I think it's plugged in. We'll see. Yeah, cool. Is that clear?
Yes.
Is it too low?
No, it's not too low. No. That sounds pretty good. It's not clipping. If it is,
Way to
it's
get to
clipping.
some of these presets down here. These are nuts. String synth with this one.
You're getting,
There is.
you're getting
crap
crunchy
over
again.
Yeah, let me fix the camera because it looks like shit here. And I've got a fucking couple stands on the way here. That doesn't help. Matters. There, you can see it better. Little lights there. And I'm not sure if it's the outputs on this one or the mixer itself. Let's see here. Look at the damn mixer.
Still loud.
Too loud?
Yeah.
Better?
It's getting better. Still not quiet though. It's still pretty good hot signal.
Let me just check the volume on this side.
There
Some of
we
these
go.
pots might be scratchy too, so. Tell me when it's loud enough.
That's okay right there.
Okay, just fixed it. It has two
That's certainly
buttons.
better, yeah.
Alright. So let me get to some of the wacky presets. I did a short video on this last year or maybe 2 years ago. But it's phasing on there. You start getting some weird stuff.
What synth is this again?
Kawaii SX240.
Okay, Kawhi. Okay.
This one's called Auto Bend. What's the last bank, maybe? This one. Still clean? I love this one. This one evolved.
song harmonics there. Yeah, that's cool.
This is sci-fi stuff. This is called Spaceship.
Nice.
Oh, I love the space one. Really evolves.
That's cool. I like it.
Do its thing. Yeah, it's awesome. It has a long ass tail. It just goes on. There's no effects on this thing. It's just the way it's designed
Wow.
to trail off.
It's nice.
And this one's called UFO. This is called Squares. Very squarey. And this has a little echo built into it. Even though there's no effects on this thing, it's doing a repeat function. It's a little crunchy. There's one of the cables, I can't tell. Can you still hear it?
Yeah, that got quiet.
Okay, I'll fix something. Again, this is the problem with old shit. Needs maintenance.
That's good.
See that kind of echo effect, even though there's no
Yeah.
built-in effects. Pretty cool. Casio kind of did a similar trick in some of the 80s keyboards that had an echo quality to them, even though there's no built-in effects. And this is called Modulate. So, and the other good is on there too. Those are the more kind of crazy, wacky, fun ones.
Yeah.
But there are plenty of good, nice, decent, normal analog shit on there. Which is pretty good.
Is that analog?
Yeah. Well, DCO.
DCO. Well, that's fine. Yeah.
Excuse me. Same era as Alpha Juno, Juno 60. More old, actually older. It's the earliest, some of the earliest MIDI you can get. Put it this way, it's basically node on, node off, pitch bend.
Yeah. Nice.
Patches are done with tape or an MP3 playback, right? Because they didn't figure out how to do the MIDI dump yet for patches. It wasn't standardized yet. So this, you still have to use audio files to, so when the battery died in this a while back, and this is one of those stupid ones where you have to basically clip out or desolder the battery.
Oh.
And then replace it. There's no holder, so you have to basically put a whole new holder in and all that kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
But what's even more stupid is this one was famous for leaking and destroying the motherboard if you didn't take it out early enough.
Oh man, that's such a problem.
So I got lucky. I didn't have that problem. But because I didn't want to deal with replacing a battery, I found an equivalent, actually it's a cordless phone battery from Radio Shack. Nice big sucker, but small enough to fit into this little tray I had to insert in there. And if it spills into the tray.
Right.
So it's not going to damage the motherboard even if the battery screws up.
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice. So I'm not too worried about about that.
No, that's
So,
super. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a little beat up when I got it, but you know, I got it from LA back when they were getting more and more rare. I got a really good price on it. So, you know, now they're kind of hard to find.
Yeah. Not
I know
surprised.
a lot of people's lists of like fun stuff. I also have a Kai AX80 over here, which is really nice. It's similar to this with a lot less pizzazz, No fancy layering. In fact, the fucking output is mono.
Yeah.
So it's like a mini mode, right? But here's the funny thing: is you look at it, it looks futuristic as hell. It has luminescent bar graph displays.
Yeah.
So you have these basically. It's an alpha dial, just like an Alpha Juno and this guy and stuff. So there's one master dial for everything.
Yeah.
And on this one, you choose the section you want to dial. Same with this one, but when you turn the dial, the section you've chosen to edit, there's no hidden menus because it's all right there. But it's all bar graphs. So you go click, whoop, click, click, and it instantly just goes, the size changes. So you know exactly what you're doing without having to worry about numbers so much, more like a view, like a basic value. So if you memorize patterns instead of numbers, you can just whip through this thing and edit it super quickly. And it also sounds wicked too. It's really nice, has an edge to it, really nice filters on it. So I don't have it hooked up right now. That's another one I have to revisit, one of these things. But
You have to look that one up.
yeah, the AX60 is more common. You see them in a lot of synth meets and stuff, and even modular synth meets because people use them. I think they had CV gate out, so you can control stuff with it. But I've seen them. I've seen them way more commonly than the AX80. It's not very common anymore. You see you see the other one too. There's a VX90, I think, the little beige one. It's essentially the similar chipset of the AX80 and a little beige thing that matches the samplers of the time, those Akai samplers.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, there was the AX80. Special thing about the AX80, if you are a synth person and a sample person, there was a little thing you could add to this and pass a sampler through its filters.
Nice. Yeah.
So they thought about that, like, hey, people don't just want to do sterile samples. They want to go through some wicked stuff in here instead of just the typical Akai filters. Although the Akai filters were nice, this is more fun. So they actually had a path. There's a special cable you had to use, I think, on the back of this thing, which is probably impossible to find the cable these days. But I don't have the proper synth to hook to it anyway. It needs a special synth. One of those like system things, designed to be a system. What else I've got here? You guys already heard the A1X. I got that up here. I've heard the. Z1. I could do some more polyevolver.
Yeah.
I did some last time, but I kind of ran out of.
Yeah, I do regret. I had the mono revolver, and I really I hated the way it looked. That little blue box. I know it sounds ridiculous.
You didn't like it? Oh, that's part of the fun of it. Is he was doing wild shit. So he made it look wild.
I know.
He made it sound wild. And
in retrospect, yeah, this was like I don't know. It was at least 10 years ago I sold it, but
right.
But I thought it sounded great. I didn't like the filters on its own, but obviously they weren't the greatest. But it was one of those sum of all its parts kind of synth. Like you would just listen to the recordings and be like, they could sound really analog too, like big, fat. Even the mono evolvers, so the poly must have just been a beast. I should have grabbed them back then. They were still, $1,200 or something. You could still get them really, affordable. But you could tell they were going to be really valuable one day. I could tell, just because people loved them so much.
Yeah, I mean, people like his later stuff obviously because it's going back to more of the typical sequential stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so I get that, but I like the fact that he made this thing so wild.
Well, what I liked, the mono was it was relatively simple. You know what I mean? But it was deep sound. I mean, he could do a lot. It really was great sounding box. I thought it was one of his best ones for a long time. I felt like he was kind of chasing his tail for a while, and then he kind of you know, and then he kind of found his groove and started mixing some analog and doing some stuff.
Well, especially since they had, he was doing so much stuff with so little. I mean, it's 4 oscillators. Each one can have its own sequencer. So it's like a little Berlin school box,
Yeah.
And there's still not much out there that can do that even now. So he was kind of ahead of the curve with that stuff.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He always, I don't know. He's just was an amazing guy. He made a ton of amazing synths. There's still a lot of his stuff. Like, I would love to have a Prophet X.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Although the sample part of it is hard to, it's kind of annoying to use.
That's what I've heard. But I bet that, I mean, God, a Prophet 12, I would love to. There's a few of them that I would really love to just sit and work with,
Definitely, yeah.
Definitely a Pro 2 also. I would like to have that too. I remember the Pro 2 and the Sub 37 came out at the same time. And it was just like, holy shit, what do I, like, I don't know which one to choose,
Yeah, exactly. These days I'm broke. I can't choose anything, so.
That was when they were really, yeah, well, now I'm kind of like just no more sense for now.
I mean, plus I want them, I just can't, so.
No, I get it. Well, I want them too, but I shouldn't. With almost
this is why I'm doing more of this stuff now, having fun, shit I already have. And
I gotta be honest, man. I've been really having some fun with the software too, and I'm kind of stuck.
Totally.
And that I'm realizing, in fact, I was just before your show, I was just getting ready to hook the iPad through the Sub 37. I wanted to get, I bought Piano Tech and stuff, and I was thinking, oh man, I want to put these two together, like. And be able to use the iPad and together with the Sub, just as a little jam area, separate.
Definitely, yeah.
Because I miss the iPad. I know you can appreciate this. There's just so many other things, and then I look at it and I'm like, man, I've got to get back, especially Piano Tech, because I always wanted that really bad. And
sure.
I never had it on the computer, but I know it's awesome. Even though my Sub 37's got a bad key or something. I got them, they did the subsequent replacement. I had no do it. And I didn't play it much when I got it back. And I just pulled it out a few weeks ago, and there's definitely a bum key or something. Something's wrong. It's not the calibration. Everything's perfect. And you go up to that note, and you hit 2 notes, and they're just stuck. I'm tempted to open it up, because it might just be something loose, but if I'm wrong, they might not fix it for free.
Yeah. Well, that's like that thing on the One Ramsey show, the right to repair stuff, right?
Yeah, I also got nervous because I knew they went through all the change, so I don't know how their service is compared to what it used to be. I used to be able to just pretty much get a ticket pretty quick and ship them something and get it back within a month. So I don't know if they're still able to do that now within music. Hopefully, but
give me a second. I'm re-adding. Instagram is so annoying. It expires, the live stream, no matter what, expires in an hour, no matter what you're doing.
That's weird.
So if you do these long form videos, it tells you, oh, by the way, it's dead now. You have to go refire it off. But because StreamYard doesn't maintain the stream key, every time you start up an Instagram show, you have to basically repaste the stream key. So I have to go back to Instagram, get the stream key again, paste it in here, save the changes, and then I go back to Instagram, wait for the live video to show up on Instagram, that I'm doing right now, and then I click go live on Instagram. Why do I have to go back to Instagram?
Sounds kind of like OBS when it first came out, and you were trying to.
It's just so stupid.
It was just so painful.
Instagram handles video the worst possible way, and pictures too. It's supposed to be this picture thing, but it's horrible with pictures.
Yeah, I don't like all the formatting. It's just really lame.
They're very strict about your formatting. Like, oh, you can only do this, or if it's too big, pixel-wise, you got to resend it.
Yeah, I just don't. It's not that important to me, Instagram, that I really can.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, I just forget it.
I only have it on here because I have more people on Instagram than I have on that stupid Twitter thing, which I hate. So
Yeah, I
I
shit
use that.
can them.
I mean, I have it, but I don't use it very much.
It's a shame. I used to have a lot of Twitter followers. Lot. That used to be my main social media for a long time. And it just wasn't worth it after a while. Plus, a lot of people
Well,
left, and then it's all a
the
mess
climate
now.
there is terrible. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can't even imagine.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly unmute
Yeah,
my
do your thing.
YouTube so I have my double. I just want to hear my audio real quick. Don't hear it yet. Come on.
It sounded
Here's it.
better though, quality wise.
Ah, there we go. Okay, that's clean. You hear that? Okay.
It sounded better to me, cleaner.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to make sure I could hear it.
Yeah,
It's just still the hum, the noise floor and stuff. I can't do anything about it right now. So at least
yeah.
the synth will come through clearly. I can put on a few presets and have some fun.
It's funny. Like that hum doesn't even bother me. I'm so used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, just general used to
tune
it.
stuff out. Yeah.
I'm just like, yeah, whatever.
This is a nice reason to look. We'll drill down.
What are you doing? You guys want to go back out? Come on, keep doing it. Have fun. Come on, just gotta have fun. Come on, what is that? That sounds cool.
You can do this thing with the free run too, so they're not always synced, which is fun. And then you have to get the timing right so the ARPs actually meld together properly.
Yeah.
It's kind of chaotic after a while. This one's free run, so it's at the time right. You got the stereo spread there. More relief on the left. Classic sample hold. This is modular.
Nice.
Stuff like this. Most of the knobs are in the dark.
Oh.
You can't see quite what I'm doing.
Yeah, this is fun.
I had these little stick-on lights, and the tape didn't last very long. They all fell down, so I had to figure out my strategy again. Didn't quite work, Wyatt.
It's like those LED strips, man. I put them up around
Oh,
the
yeah.
studio and they're all falling down. You messing with that feedback circuit?
It's a distortion.
Yeah, that distortion. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good. I remember, like I was saying, the mono is, it was really, such a good box. I'm gonna have to go buy one. They're probably like $1,000 now.
So the cheapest I saw, you talking about the keyboard or the little box?
The box.
The little box. So because you can, excuse me, because you can add polyphony to this, the polychain,
Yeah.
you can get the keyboard, which is obviously one,
Yeah.
and then you can add individual boxes and build up through
Racks.
polychaining more polyphony.
Yeah.
The racks are. I only saw one come across my field of view in the last 5 years that I
Really?
could have afforded, but I just
Oh.
bought the goddamn Fismo. I
Yeah.
was like, one or the other, and I just bought the Fismo, and those are also rare. And now the Fismo is like $5,000 or something like that.
Oh,
So
so
it's like, okay, well, I'm glad I got the Fismo because it's fun, but the racks are impossible. No one is selling them ever
yeah.
because
So
they know if they
fucked.
have this or the
Yeah.
mono keyboard with the rack, and now you got a 5-voice poly.
Yeah.
It's
I
killer,
totally-
right? And so the smart guys bought 2 racks and this, so they have 12-voice poly, which is incredible.
It's such a good. It really sounds good too.
But you can poly chain the little guys to this,
Yeah.
and I can add like 4-voice poly to this, so I can get 8-voice poly out of this with individual
Yeah.
boxes. And I was buying those used for like $450 for a while. So you might get
Yeah.
lucky. It's still
I
finding
like
around
that.
the $500-600 mark, but hard to say.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect to, but if I did, I would feel blessed. But I like that. I've kind of learned to appreciate the Curtis filters too. In retrospect, they've got a certain. It's just got a certain kind of bite to them that I like. And they can sound warm too if you work with them. They can sound really big and warm. No way. No.
Vibrate cellular. Shit like this. Flanges and chorusing. called Hey, Move the Wheels. They're dying for you to get some
Nice.
modulation in there. I'll drop my phone here. Hold on a second. And ghetto using my phone light to see the synth, but the light fell off. The other light fell off. Is that loud or is that decent?
That's decent.
That one's called Seoul, as in Seoul, Korea. Weird one.
You never had.
What?
You never had a. Did you ever have a Prophet VS?
No.
Just curious. I
Never
didn't
even
think so.
seen one.
Yeah, I figured they're pretty hard to find.
Yeah, I've gone through so many weird stores, nice and not so nice, new and used, all that stuff, and you just don't see that stuff around.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I see them online,
Yeah,
but it's so old. I just wonder about the repairs and all that stuff.
yeah. Oh, I know. I imagine at this point. I don't know if it'd be worth them making another. I
Well-
guess they've done.
There's the Behringer one, the little guy.
Oh. You gotta laugh.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, when money doesn't mean as much to me as it does now, once I get the job that I want, I will get one because I'm just dying to play with one.
Yeah,
They're
I
what,
mean,
50 they're only $50 or something, right?
no,
So
I
it's
shouldn't
not-
laugh. It probably sounds good.
That sounds good enough.
Good enough, right? Well,
Put
you
it
get
this
one
way,
of
it
those.
sounds better than anything I owned before I was in college.
Well, you get one of those, and then you get like spend like $400 or $500 on a Strymon Diggs guy, and you go, "Hey, man, that sounds great."
That's exactly what I did. I had really crappy Casio stuff, which is okay for like bread and butter sounds, but for anything interesting or synth music or the stuff that most people like to play these days, they were pretty crap without any effects. And once you put effects in there, you could distort the shit out of them. And one of my favorite things was when I discovered. You ever use the Camel Audio stuff before Apple bought them?
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
So they had Camel Fat, which is a nice filter. They had Camel Space, which is this cool XY thing. So unfortunately, unless you had a special controller or a joystick, you had to use a mouse with it, but it was still okay.
Yeah.
And you would get this XY plane, and then these buttons all around it, and all these like layers of things, like chorusing, flanging, delays, reverbs, distortions, and you map your XY, whatever you want it to be, or use one of the presets. And man, and you could do like step arpeggiating with it and stuff, and it was just to make the most mundane, boring sound in the world sound amazing.
Well, that's what. And we used to take we just get a little guitar amp, and mic them, or just blow through things. Even do like little solid state amps, and
Oh yeah.
and you just kind of experiment a little bit and find the tones on it, and you could pretty much make anything with that and a little bit of effects. At least sound interesting,
Well, like these guys, if they had these when I was a kid, I would have been all over these damn things.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Little red, mini KPs. Holy shit! Portable. You hook it to your Casio, and you're done.
I remember how I had a little really small Casio, and then we had a little real simple Roland. I forgot which one it is. It was a little preset, and
Yeah.
you could barely do anything with the sound.
Oh yeah.
So you would I think we had like one effects spot, some kind of effects rack, maybe. But you kind of
You
learned
said your
tricks.
dad was a musician, right? So he probably had some cool shit laying around.
Yeah, he had cool instruments, but he wasn't electronic guy, that's for sure.
An
But
electronic, okay. But guitars?
no, but oh yeah, we had acoustic guitars and
Okay.
drums and piano, all that. Yeah, I still have one of those saxophones that I really need to pull out and just.
Is it Buffet Crampon?
No, it's what is
Oh,
it? S
man.
Selmer.
Yeah.
It's probably worth
Okay.
a shit ton, to be honest with you.
Oh,
He
yeah.
had- it's
They're
like
expensive anyway.
Well, this is like 1950s probably,
Oh, yeah. Totally, yeah.
and we got it. We went somewhere, like it was probably in the 90s, and there was like some older dude, who's probably my age now, but and, he's old to me then. Like that's what he did, and he went through it and cleaned it all up. I tried to learn it, but I keep telling myself I gotta pull that thing out, man. I could just have a blast with it, making sounds,
Well,
I
even
don't
if
have
you
to
do
learn.
weird stuff like Ornette Coleman, just play it like a madman. You
Yeah.
could have some fun with it.
Well, like back then it was like you didn't think like that as much. Everything was like, are you going to learn the instrument? And I'm like, try, but it's like I couldn't.
Yeah, don't do anything weird. It has to be traditional and blah 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 blah.
Like trying to, with all that stuff. Now you just kind of look at it and go, oh man, just pull that out, yeah. Well, I think I told you, like my brother had an ARP Odyssey, and I used to just drool over it, but I wasn't allowed to touch it,
Yeah.
But he would play it, and I was like, dude, what is that thing? Sounds crazy. I was really young. I didn't know anything about synths, everybody was into guitars and stuff, but I knew that thing sounded wild. I didn't know how it worked, I was like, I don't know what that thing is, man. Oop, did I lose you? I'm running the show. Hi, this is Dave. Andy will be right back. Look at my dogs. There's Lily, and Sydney, and Taylor. Taylor has her tongue out. Yeah, camera's still going. Taylor's right with me. It's snowing here in Colorado. It's very cold. And we are sitting by the fireplace. All right, let's see if he comes back.
Hello, hello.
You're back.
Yeah, the browser glitched for some reason. I don't know why. I don't understand it. Damn computers.
Yeah.
I only make my living from them, but they're still damn computers.
Yeah, we still haven't got them. They're still a piece of shit. But they're awesome.
I mean, they're necessary and they're a lot of fun when they work. But when they don't work and you're not in the mood to troubleshoot, even though troubleshooting can be fun, it's just like, I just want it to work.
Hey, Chris.
What's up? Got the link there.
Yeah,
Chris,
no.
so you can jump in there.
I've gotten a little bit more patient with them, but
And I have to be, but at the same time, like that's why the iPad is so great. It generally just doesn't break. I've had one break on me for no reason. I had the backlight go out, and then I had to have it replaced. And then I lost all the stuff on the iPad. That pissed me off. But other than that, they're great.
I bet we've got 6 or 7 of them in the house at least. Even the iPad 2s, they still work. I mean, it's hard. It's definitely hard to get them to run much anymore. But
so one of the things I learned, because I want to maintain the apps I have that I like so much, is although it's kind of crazy, at some point you want to go into your update settings in the gear and basically turn off auto updates for all your apps. Because what will happen one day, it will try to auto update even though it thinks your OS is good enough, and something will happen and it will glitch and you will lose that program forever even though it was running fine before you updated. So if you're not going to upgrade your OS, which most of the time you don't need to, because most of the features are more gee whiz shit.
Yeah.
And you really want those apps, freeze it. And if there's something you absolutely want, they upgrade their iPads, right? So if you absolutely have to get someone an iPad, then get a used iPad. And and if it's good enough, it can run.
Oh, that's
newer
what happened with
OS or
Alchemy.
something.
That's what happened with Alchemy. I lost it. You know?
Exactly. Now,
Now
luckily, you
s-
can get inside a GarageBand. It misses a lot of features, but you do
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yeah.
Um,
It is what it is, but it is annoying. I had a few.
but this is why people jailbreak stuff, because you can get anything on jailbreak. It just makes your thing more unstable.
Yeah.
So I had that happen. My first iPad, basically got in 2010 or whatever they came out.
Yeah.
It was expensive. It was full price. I didn't get a deal on it or anything. It was like $1,000, or almost $1,000, because I got the Apple Care for it. And at some point, I noticed, I can no longer update this thing. I think 4.3 was the latest OS you could run or something like that. Like, well, my apps are starting to die for some reason, because sometimes things just fail, and you want to reload them and get the latest version. Well, they're no longer in the App Store, and the stuff like Netflix stopped working, a bunch of stuff I use all the time stopped working. I'm like, well, this sucks. Now it's a burden to carry this thing around with a bunch of stuff not working. So I jailbroke it so I could reload all the apps I wanted to load that were missing from the store that I paid for.
Yeah.
And all this, you shouldn't jailbreak. It's not illegal, but it's just considered shady. Well, I think it's even more shady is to sell stuff that dies like that, and I can't get it anymore, and I paid for it.
I think so too, man.
That wasn't part of the license agreement to just yank it. And that's partly on the developer. Developer stops supporting it, and it goes away. It's not necessarily Apple's fault. But I'm still a customer pissed off that I can't use tools I got used to, like all those Wolfgang Paul maps that I love. And his intellectual property got sold off to some other company.
Yeah.
And they didn't even
remember
bother
those.
posting it. They just pulled it and it never came back. And you've seen those before. One of these days I'm doing a show on that because, I told Ramsey, I said, I'm going to show this. Even though you can't get it anymore, you got to see how cool this app is, just for posterity. Because his apps are amazing, right? And but that's why the jailbreak option is still great to have, because it will allow you to pull stuff from, the netherworld and still use it, like Alchemy and other Camel Audio stuff. That was really cool. My favorite Camel Audio thing was never on iPad. I wish it were. Probably didn't have the power at the time. It was a pretty powerful app called Chameleon 5000.
I don't remember that.
It basically, it kind of did what the Hartman neuron did at a much lower level. So you load in sounds, it analyzes them, it converts them to harmonics and amplitudes, basically simulating the sound in synthesis. Really clever stuff. So you're never going to get a 100% copy of it, but that's not the point. It's going to be close, but it's also now something so malleable because you have all these little bars to play with. Almost like drawbars, but way more than drawbars because it's actual harmonic content across the spectrum and amplitudes and stuff. So you're not just playing with a simple ADSR. You're playing with individual partials and stuff, just kind of like on the Kawai K5000, the additive synth. But that's a whole other animal too. And even just like with Metasynth, they even had a mode where you can import a graphic. So you have your picture roll on your iPhone or iPad. It says, because it's a British company, it says, you can take a picture of your mom. And you put your picture of your mom and make a computer, make a sound out of it. Because it converts the XY grayscale values into timbres. So you could intentionally, once you learn how that works, you could intentionally draw stuff. Or take weird pictures and modify them in Photoshop, import them, and get timbres you've never heard before. So it's So it's really cool stuff. So when they killed that, I was mad, but I still have it. It's on an old PC somewhere.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
What's up?
Hey, Chris.
How you doing?
Yeah, usual.
Talking.
Fucking around with gear again. I still got that hum on the stream, right?
I love that hum. It's
Yeah.
your character.
It's my signature
It's your
sound.
signature thing, isn't it? Yeah.
The TV still comes through clearly.
Yeah,
Check
man.
this out. So that comes through clearly. It's just the noise floor is bad.
Well, you know, people pay for these hubs, don't they? They buy that, what's it called? Lo-fi plugins to get the hub back.
Yeah,
So
put the
you-
tape
you-
hiss back in
free.
there and the wow and flutter and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
There's even a thing, I've
I,
got one called Flavor Pro. It's even got no, not on Flavor Pro. Flavor Pro. Yeah, it is that. You can have a thing there, it sounds like, it's like a cassette recorder, and the tape gets glitched. So it like speeds up and slows down dead quick.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You can get that. It's like, if you really want to fuck your audio up, you can. You're almost there. You just need a bit more.
It's so great to pay to destroy your audio.
Yeah,
I know.
I appreciate it though. Sometimes it's
No,
just
I do too. I'm just kidding.
characters, isn't it?
It's valuable, but it's like people say who first see it. Man, I spent decades trying to get rid of that shit. Now you're gonna put it back in on purpose?
Yep.
Yeah, and sometimes it still lacks the kind of the
Pretty
cool
clinical.
harmonic distortions and stuff. It's not.
It's a simulation. Yeah,
It's not as musical. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not the
yeah.
same. Like it's just. Yeah, I mean there are some cool ones though. I'm actually one thing I do like on the iPad. There's some really cool kind of fun bit crusher. I do like some bit crushers a lot. Like they are really fun when you get down to around 6 or 8 bits, 7 bits, and
Yeah.
But you gotta have a certain level of not discretion, but you know what I'm saying. You gotta be very careful because after a while you're just destroying things and it doesn't sound better.
Yeah,
But
Yeah.
definitely.
Well, it depends how you use it. I use like a lo-fi on one of my tracks, just to like.
Mhm. Yeah.
'Cause it's like an urban type track anyway. It's about. I think the video was about that place in America where everyone's out strung out on drugs. What was it called?
Woodstock?
Oh,
No, it's a city. It's got like an overpass in it. Oh.
I mean, there are a
New
lot of
York
cities where they're.
area, but not quite New York. Philadelphia,
Yeah.
that was it. Philadelphia.
oh, that one.
Ah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
That's
I use it for that, and I've
Yeah.
used it. You can use like lo-fi
Mhm.
in segments of a song. Well, you can like
Exactly.
when you're doing like a breakdown, you can like take all the music
Exactly.
out, go crunch it.
Right. Right.
You know?
And then you can come back and kind of.
Yeah.
It sounds real expansive.
It adds light and dark to the actual overtake of the actual audio, doesn't it? That's a bit different, isn't it?
That's the one. That's the kind of stuff that when I just kind of print the hardware, I kind of. Sometimes I'll kind of hear that stuff after the fact and think, "Oh man, I wish I had been able to put that on a DAW and kind of mess with it a little bit because now I could hear it, but it's fine. You know what I mean?" But yeah, I'd like some of that stuff is cool. Like I said, some of the bit crush stuff, I don't use it all the time, but there are times when I kind of well, there's some, especially if you got something that just sounds kind of generic, you know, and you're just like, I tend to use delays. I like really use delays. Like I have things literally bouncing around like bouncing ball delays. That's what I like. So
I like stereo delays.
yeah, I love ping pong. Love
Yeah.
ping pong. But I could sit all day and just tweak a delay and listen to how the feedback
I
and the
did one
timing.
track with
So much fun.
there's someone being arrested for murdering their little brother, and I used the delays to like. That was really good.
Whoa.
You gotta check it out. I got it hooked up with Bluetooth. The Polyvolver.
Oh, nice.
So you Bluetooth to your phone, to connection kit, to a Mio, and Mio out to the thing, and you use this thing called MIDI flow, and you basically set the input MIDI device and the output MIDI device. Boom, 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 and you're done.
Is it pretty? Is the latency high?
MIDI Bluetooth.
Watch.
You're clipping a little, but it sounds pretty cool.
I probably give him too much breath pressure. It's going to full volume.
Yeah. So it's hard to make that poly sound bad, to be honest.
Try another preset. Here's a sequence.
Dude, you got a hardware jam in the making.
Well, that's that. That next one's gonna be weird. There's 7 fucking cables. Are you kidding me?
I didn't look at
I
it.
can't do modular.
Money's doing the Euro rack thing.
So what is
You
what is
could, but I mean,
He
if
is,
you're
he's
gonna be
doing it,
honest
doing
with the
it.
cables, it's
Yeah.
what
you
is
gotta
the
be real
challenge?
stingy with it.
What's the challenge?
7
Uh,
cables total, MIDI, audio, whatever, or CV gate or whatever. But 7 cables, any of those total, nothing.
Yeah, but
more.
not obviously not power and not headphone.
Yeah, not power, not
anything.
output. Yeah.
7 cables. That's yeah.
So it's possible, but it'd be a real minimalist modular setup.
Yeah,
Not
well,
very
it depends
fun.
if your Euro racks are normalized or not. You can probably do it. With
Yeah, and what modules, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, I know what you're saying though, Andy. It's like, yeah.
It's almost too restrictive. So I'm just gonna hook up a couple little modules. Because
You
I
need to,
can't-
you know what you know what you need, Andy? Get one of those little stars. I'm sure you have one, right? Because you can. Oh, but then you still need 4 more cables. Shit.
Yeah, you're gonna count.
No, you
gotta-
can't do
yeah,
that.
count stuff.
Bad idea. Throw that one out.
You're working that.
Yeah, you got to go Bluetooth.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so
can
you
cheat
got the
the
right
system
idea.
and all Bluetooth.
Yeah, you're gonna be all Bluetooth, dude.
You didn't say I
Come
couldn't
on,
do
you
Bluetooth.
can win this. This could be the week.
Exactly.
But technically, there's my cable there, so there's
Yeah.
a MIDI cable there.
Oh man,
Yeah, you can't win.
you can't win.
Now you can Bluetooth.
I
to,
can't win.
Modal stuff, I think, takes Bluetooth. Modal 002.
Oh yeah.
So I have some keyboards that do Bluetooth. That would be a hack right there. I don't know the fingering, but proof of concept, it works great. So
Yeah, I got 2 WinSims. They're really good.
yeah, this is just a controller. There's
Different
no. I mean,
model,
I mean, you can use the app it came with to do some flutey stuff with it, or you can use it as a flute.
You could use it
I'm
if
sure
you
that-
use Euro in Japan. It'd be too loud.
I'm sure they've done a challenge where you just have to blow, like use something that blows. That would be fun.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, different.
Hey, what's up, Paul? Thanks for coming
Nope.
by.
Hey, Paul. Oh man, it's
Doing
still
some-
snowing, guys.
We're doing some
Come
weird
on.
synthy bits, and I was playing with my MIDI controller again. So.
Cold.
So a bit of-
Oh, Paul's got you got your thing tomorrow, Paul. I gotta remember make sure what time it is. Your VCB rack jam.
Loud.
Is that too loud?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, holy shit.
A more monophonic patch. More generic sounding. That would be nice.
Nice.
There you go.
That's cool that you actually got to work.
Well, I did this a long time ago with my Orba. I don't know if you saw the video I did when I got my Orba, and I was using Orba with the same basic setup and MIDI out going to my Matrix Brute. And because the Orba is really cool for having these different axes, it's an accelerometer. So there's a, you can bang it, and that's one action. It's like a percussion trigger, the way it reads the signal. But you can also tilt it on the axes, like that, like a gyro thing, right? So I set up a patch that had a nice filtering thing on it, and it's like like that with the Orba, and also going. You can shake it, which makes it kind of trigger another potential sound, depending on how you set up the Orba. And the Orba even adds like a twist function. It knows, it's so smart, it can even add these other functions like twist. It's not just tilt and shake and bang and stuff like that. There's also a twisting thing. So it's almost like a rolly thing, the 5 degrees of touch. As well as having each little individual key on the Orba do the slide function, where as you go up and down the key, it can do timbre shifts or filters or whatever. And if you wiggle on the key, it'll do vibrato per key.
Nice.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool. So I just got I thought it was, I forgot the news that the EOZ1 Play was delayed for so long. I thought it showed up on my house the other day. Turns out it was the sequence, the sequel to the Orba called the, what is it called? I totally forgot the name already. So there was Instrument 1, which looks like a guitar. Then there's Orba, which is a little flying saucer one with the keys around it. And this new one called Chord, I think it's called. And it has the keys laid out like this. And you can still play the keys up and down like that for timbre changes. You can still shake, wiggle on the key for vibrato. It has a built-in speaker, it has Bluetooth, and it has a strum strip. So you can do omnichord stuff with it. So you can do strummy bits, which is fun. And it's also a Bluetooth MIDI controller. You don't have to use the built-in sounds at all. So I'm going to start playing with that one too, just for fun.
Yeah. So you have a Matrix brute hiding somewhere?
Right here, it's using it as a table right now.
Ah.
Perfect table.
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
That's
Nice,
why I'd
expensive
buy
table.
it. Yeah. Good table.
Well, it's because it's the only place I could put it in the current configuration I have.
Yeah.
If I want to mount it anywhere else, I have to figure
It's
out
big,
something else.
right? Yeah.
It's big and heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, I have it on the double leg X stand.
Every
And
time I.
because I'm always paranoid about the pins giving out,
Mhm.
I always reinforce my X stands with straps in case the pin decides to break.
Yeah.
So I have vinyl straps going across all the X stand legs. So it ain't falling anytime soon.
Did you like it? The
I
synth?
love it.
Uh,
I mean, it's paraphonic, so if you can get around that,
yeah.
and
I could.
it's a great mono stuff. But I mean, again, it's also Instant Tangerine Dream in a box.
It's still Steiner Parker. It has a Steiner Parker, right? Or at
It
least.
has Steiner Parker and the ladder filter.
Yeah.
both got to.
See, I like the Steiner Parker, but I know a lot of people don't. I
I
love
love it. I
Especially
still
when
have the
did-
original Mini Brute that had the
Yeah.
Steiner Parker
Oh,
with
man.
all like the metalizer and all that cool
Yeah,
like
man.
Yeah, I've got
distortion
them.
stuff. It's amazing.
It was totally amazing, man.
It just
They
has a
didn't have-
goddamn sticky knob
This,
thing.
that's why I got rid of it, man. I know
Yeah.
we've talked about it. That's the only reason I
I
got rid
cleaned
of
mine
it.
off. It's okay now. I cleaned it. So.
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
I just
need to
want
clean
them.
one.
I just want them to reissue it with no sticky, and I'd probably buy it just because
Normal plastic fucking knobs on it. Really.
I used to love the notch filter. I used to love like getting that tone up in there, and I thought it was a really. It was,
Well, plus it's also a MIDI controller. It's a polyphonic MIDI controller with aftertouch, which is
So
amazing
cool.
for the money at the time.
it was like I remember it came out. It was $500, and it was just like we were buying them like they were just. It was like $500. Shoot, yeah, that's
My-
nothing.
My
Everybody was
first interaction was not so great though, because I was working at Apple at the time,
Mhm.
and before they kicked us contractors out to like the DMZ, we're all allowed an office. So I had like my own office. I could receive my music instruments. It had nothing to do with my job, but I could off hours play
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
in my
yeah.
office and show friends in the area. Hey, check this out! This just got this thing. It's really cool. So my SX240 came to me when I was at Apple, and I was blasting that in my office. It was great. But the box came. I go, oh, cool. I open it up. Looks nice. As I open it, I hear some rattling. I go, oh no.
keys. Was it?
Oh,
The
you got
key
the early one.
weights unglued.
Yeah, you got the early one. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like the red glue problem on the JD800, this
Yeah,
is just failed glue.
Yeah, they were definitely. They had a lot of problems.
So I never bothered gluing them back on. I just put them in a bag. I didn't care about the key weights. Right? I didn't want to send it all the way back because it was the only thing wrong with it. And people had other mechanical and electronic issues with theirs. And I don't want to go through all that shit and have another bad one. So
Nah.
if all I had was key weight problems, I don't give a shit. It was fine. I can always glue them back if I want.
I had one of the early ones. That my buddy bought it and he sold it to me, and mine was flawless for the whole time I had it. It was great.
Oh yeah.
Never a problem. In fact, I sold it before it even got sticky because I was so like. I don't know. It's actually pretty dry here. I might have got lucky and not got it sticky, but because I don't usually get the problem in Colorado, but I knew it would have just depressed me, you know, because then I would have had to. I don't know. The whole idea of having to clean
Oh, yeah.
Well,
it. It's fine.
Is that too loud?
Your
Slightly.
box will play, but the music's really loud.
Yeah, it's starting to get loud
It's,
again.
it's like 4 a.m. here, so it's just give it stop.
Yeah.
Let me turn it
Let's
down.
test-
I
Neighbours up.
think it is.
I think Paul's talking VCV. That's all I can figure. Had to check volt tangents, my go-to SP filter module. Yeah,
Is this lower?
It's still quite loud.
yeah.
Too loud, huh?
Yeah.
Now you hear nothing, right?
Yes,
So
I hear the
let me turn it
buzz.
up. Tell me when it's the right volume. I want to keep hitting the key.
Right. Stop.
Stop.
Stop. Stop.
Yeah.
It's like honky tonk wind controller.
You need to hook up the aftertouch for the filter.
Oh, I could, yeah, because I could have it on. This one does an effect on tilt.
No, I mean, so your breath control can open the filter up.
Oh, yeah, it could do that too, but it's mostly, it's by default usually the amplitude, the volume. Because that's what you really want, the ultimate expression.
I started to set up my synth to my MPC for more than.
All right.
What's new with you then, David? What's happening? Interesting.
Step away.
Dave?
Oh,
Didn't-
you muted.
Didn't
You
seem
muted.
like it.
You muted, yeah.
I'm back. Yeah.
See what that does.
There you go. That sounds cool.
Like the Pied Piper.
I like how dramatic you were. You like had it way up.
Yeah, because
90
it does. It
degrees.
really, you can really tilt the shit out of it.
Yeah, you're
Well, it's really embarrassing. I was on the Silphio, which is the really nice wind controller for France, which also has a built-in physical modeling synth. It has tilt, roll. It has a thumb strip here for whatever you want to map it
Yeah,
to.
I've seen it. It's quite nice. That.
But it also has the most embarrassing function for modulation, which is vibrato, and it's doing this.
All right, in and out. Yeah, not a good look. Not a good look, is it?
It's not, but it's funny, but it really works too, because again, don't take your finger off the keys. You don't even think about it. It's second nature after a while, although it's a bad thing too. But the
another story too. Yeah.
yeah, right. But so you can do all that roll at the same time. You can do tilt, roll, and in and out with the thing. So it's pretty clever. It's a really good sound sport too, because they change so much as you tweak the different parameters.
So, Dave, what's your plan for the 7 thing then? The 7 cable thing? Got anything in place? Any ideas?
Not yet. Hey, maybe I should.
I'm thinking I'm going to go left field. I might sample 7 cables being hit. That might be my drum kit. That's what I'm thinking. I said 7 cables. I can do fucking 7 cables. I didn't say how to use them, did you?
I feel like I could do 7 cables. That's not too bad if I got a
Yeah.
looper. And...
I'm struggling to make 7, to be honest. 'Cause I usually only have a microphone.
That's what I was
thinking. That's 1 cable. We're done.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Get a mic and just like, I don't know, man. Smash things around the room.
I think I'm going to sample 7 cables on my get 7
Probably be a good
cables
challenge
and
for
hit
me.
them on the table. Like sample that big drum kit.
Hopefully, I have time tomorrow. Let me get myself.
I'm still
Focused.
doing the book at the minute. I want to get the book finished first.
I mean, the great thing about these challenges is it's fun to meet the requirements, but look how many people break the rules all the time. So
Oh man, some
if you
people
can't do it. Who cares, right? Just to have fun and do something.
I know.
Yeah. It's only a guide. It's not a hard and fast rule. Just trying to help you
Yeah.
start from not a blank slate, and it's trying to give you a little leg up what it's trying to do.
Sure.
Quite cool.
Yeah, I kind of.
You know, I'll get told off all the time for not following the fucking rules.
Yeah.
That's not. What did John Alcott says? That's not trans. I said, I know it's my version of trans. I haven't got a clue, mate. I don't know what fucking trans is.
Well, like we're supposed to do psytrance, right? There was a
Oh, I
psytrance.
remember
I go-
that one.
And I go, okay, I listened to a couple psytrance tracks because I don't know the fucking difference.
Yeah, I
And
don't
I
know.
said,
what
this is
right?
close enough. I don't really want to make psytrance. I've heard a bunch of it. This is my version of, like you said, my version of
Yeah,
this is
it's
close
kind of
enough.
hard though.
I was like, I'm not too sure about psy. It's like, you don't have to like it. I don't really like psytrance. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny. I remember that one.
Yeah.
I just write in the comments, you know, be aware John Alcott will get his red pen out.
Oh, I know. He's
It's not
hilarious.
quite this, is it? It's like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It's John Alchemy being pedantic on the balcony. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Right, it's all about him.
I love that. That was great.
That's really awesome.
It's funny.
Um,
That was
But
my
yeah.
way of how to learn the SP404 because I've had it and never used it. But you know what? Right, make a song on the SP404. Just get on, otherwise you'll never fucking learn how to do it. That got me off the ground. That was good.
that's still loud.
A little bit. Yeah. It's getting loud again.
Some preachers are loud out there. So.
Yeah, what I do with people not normalising presets? Not good enough.
Bastards.
Yeah. Come on.
Or limiter on the end of it, can't you? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it internally too. I'm sure there's a limiter circuit. Because I often put a limiter on my hardware jams on the Machina Plus, because I'm working with so many different sample sources I bring in. I make myself, I bring in, I do all kinds of stuff, and I'm also tweaking the shit out of those presets on there, and adding weird effects. And sometimes I get stuff all over the map. So I have to run it normalized because I don't have time to go back and adjust every single thing.
Yeah, I was recording today. We were recording with an acoustic guitar, a 12-string, a humbucker guitar, what's the bass with an active circuit? That was fucking loud.
Wow.
And something else, a Stratocaster guitar,
Mm.
all plugged into the MPC. I thought I'm not going to sit here and trying to get the levels all sorted out each time. So
Yeah.
just threw a limiter on it. There you go. Cool.
Mhm.
That's
Trying
cool.
to we
Into that.
recorded nursery rhymes today.
Did you use a DI box or anything?
No. I go into the SP404 to get a guitar amp. Go out the SP404 into the MPC. MPC's got a limiter. I'll put a limiter on.
That's so crazy. You don't even have an amp.
No,
Yeah, you don't need
the electric guitar amp in the SP404 is amazing.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not doubting it. I'm not doubting it.
Really cool. You just don't need it. I've got a I've got a Boss Katana, but you know, SP404 to me sounds as good or better.
Yeah.
So why
I've
should
still
I
never
back
done a
that?
proper amp miking. I've never done it in my life. I know it's a great technique, and that's the way a lot of famous albums are done. I've
Yeah.
never tried it once.
I've had
tried
people.
recording
I've had
for-
people. Go ahead.
Sorry. Carry on, David. Sorry, I was talking over you.
Oh no, I was saying I've had people do it for me. Like I've mic'd drums and all sorts of. But that's kind of been one of the things I wanted to do this year with it.
Yeah, marking drums is
Just do miking in general. Just more.
Yeah.
More. Trying all sorts of things. Pulling the amp out.
I did acoustic guitar. That was good. We spent the whole afternoon just recording acoustic guitar with mics in different places and stuff. And
Yeah,
we
it's
worked out
fun.
where the best place was. Really good.
If you have somebody else to help,
Two
like,
people.
it's a lot of fun.
One moving around. One to actually hold the mic and find where it wants to go.
when you're by yourself, it's a nightmare. You're moving it around, you're running back.
Well,
I call it.
right, so the thing you can do if you only got one person is you move around rather than you move the mic around.
Well,
I
that
used
makes
to
a
rip
lot more
apart
sense.
Radio Shack piezo buzzers to get the disc out, and I would tape those to guitars or violins, and then run those through effects, and it worked really, really well.
Oh, that's the other thing we did. We did both. We did the line out and the mic as well at the same time.
Yeah.
Different track to see if you like blend them together. That
You
worked.
can put them on. You can put them on different channels, like one's on left, one's on right, or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I
you know
love-
that the Crazy Train riff, the famous Randy Rhoads solo. It's 3 different takes on different channels. So left is one take, right is another take is split across the middle.
Yeah.
And he played it so well, but they're all slightly different. The way they phased, gives it that incredible sound when he's doing that solo.
Yeah.
I like double tracking guitars as well. Double tracking chords, acoustic chords, just spread them a little bit.
Oh,
I got one of
yeah.
these too.
You'll never play it the same twice. That's cool.
No, it's a lot of fun, and you can stereo them and do all sorts of cool things. That's what I usually do when I miss using my acoustic that way, because you can really get some big, really cool stuff. Like it's just you can't.
I
really
got this
do
for
that with
cheap
synth,
recently. I always
know?
wanted a 12
Weird.
string, and I got this really cheap 12 string acoustic.
Oh man,
It's probably not tuned,
It's really good.
I love,
but it
12
sounds
strings.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy. I think I'm gonna grab an Ovation next. That's kind of what I want. When I get back in the guitars.
My chords are shit these days.
There's no way that's.
But you can-
There's no
But you
way.
can hear the phasing. Hear the phasing?
Yeah. Well, that's what I used to do. You
That's
ever
not
had a
too
12?
bad.
Yeah, 12 strings are great. They're fun to record with too.
So the high E is out of tune, and so is the low E, but the rest of them are pretty good.
Don't ask me.
Pretty cool.
I was going to
Yeah,
say,
it's-
you know your 12 string you've got there. You know, because the 12 string we were doing today, we found that the how do you call it? The resolution on the knobs for tuning is super cool. Like you could turn it alone, and only change it a little bit. Whereas on on the steel string, 6 string, it was like quite finicky. So the resolution on the 12 string was really good.
Well, this is
You could really pop it into tune, perfect.
this is like a no-name brand, Applause something or other. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I think
exactly,
Andy's was quite a good one. What he's got to, I don't know what the mate was. I don't know.
But here's the problem with this one, because I've doubled the strings on here.
Yeah.
There's a lot more tension on this neck,
Yeah.
and also there's a lot more tension across the face.
Yeah.
So because this one has the plastic hollow body,
Oh.
Oh, nice.
it's not as sturdy as your typical squared off hollow body. So there's an actual defect in the frame here
Wow.
from stress. It's a stress crack.
Wow. Shit.
You can't hear it, but it affected cosmetically, which is why this thing was like $150.
Wow.
So I'm like, I can't pass it up for $150.
No.
Once I tune it, it sounds great. So
Out of all my guitars, my best sounding playing guitar is the cheapest one. I got
Yeah.
this
That's like-
strap, got this Harley
that's like-
Benson strap for 67 quid. It sounds amazing.
Wow. It's like the Dan Electros, they're just so, you kind of love them or hate them, they're so, but I love
speaking
them.
of cheap, look at this funny thing I found. I bought this. It was in my car in the glove box. I just put it in there a long time ago. Just forgot to open it. But it's this little like spy recorder for kids to mess up your voice. It's real lo-fi and shitty, but check this out. We can go.
He's got
Hardware
some.
jams.
Hardware jams.
Instant lo-fi.
Hardware jams.
It's cool that it records it.
And you can put it in different positions and record different pitches. So you can go. Hardware jams.
Hardware jams. Hardware jams.
And you can, it's a slider, so you can mess it up while it's playing.
I keep wondering, what's the not the KO33? Is it? There's another
That's cool, Andy.
teenage
Yeah.
engineering thing that's like that you'll do sampling and changes the voice. There's a voice
Oh,
change.
yeah.
Is it one with the robot picture on it? Whatever that is.
Could be. I have them all, but I haven't used them for a while. I have all the pocket operators. But
Tempting. They are quite tempting because they look like a
they're
load
great,
of fun.
especially
Get
the
the little
PO
sampler
series.
one,
The
man.
sampling.
That's cool.
All the PO series are amazing.
Yeah.
But the ones that don't sample are still a lot of fun. There's one called Arcade, which has a lot of great 8-bit
Yeah.
sounds from Arcade. And it's a blast. Let's try some more sounds here. That might be good for you.
I don't think you can get much effect.
Depends on the preset. Is it monotonic touch? This is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good silly fun. I actually have a Yamaha WX5, like a really nice wind controller behind me.
All right.
And I used to work with a guy at Apple who's.
Do you watch Yoshiro, the Japanese guy? You seen his channel?
Um,
He's been on hardware jams a few times.
Oh yeah. He has
He's got
one
the
of those.
WX7. He's got two WX7s.
Yeah. This is
Because
the
one of
5,
them's
which is
like
better
a
than the
4A, I
7.
think, or whatever one.
And it's cool because it has the mouthpiece with the bite sensor on it.
Yeah.
And
He's
it
turned
also
it quite
has a
central,
little
it's annoying.
it has a little modulation wheel on the back too. Like
Yeah.
a pitch bend modulation wheel.
Yes.
And proper MIDI DIN 5 out.
Yeah. That's the
So
one.
with batteries and DIN 5 cable, you're good. You can
You
just
should
hook
go
it.
into anything.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Yeah, he plugs into a Juno something. Alpha Juno. Is it Alpha Juno?
Yeah.
I think he plugs
Probably,
into
yeah.
that. Sounds
Yeah, I
really
remember
good.
seeing them a couple times.
Yeah, he's good.
They're cool.
He's always
my favorite
whispering though, 'cause he's in Japan, and I think the walls are really thin in Japan.
Oh yeah.
When he's streaming, it's like midnight his time, so he's always like, "Hello,
Well,
how you doing?"
My last apartment in Mountain View was that way, and I had Chinese neighbors. And you know, my girlfriend's Chinese, and I've been around a lot of Chinese people, born here and also over there. And in general, especially, well, it's actually Mandarin and Cantonese. They both tend to project because they grow up in crowded areas, lots of noise,
Yeah.
and there's no
Yeah.
indoor voice. Like there's just a voice. So
Yeah.
it always sounds like they're yelling, screaming, whatever, but it's just high volume. So my neighbors did that all the time. I'm like, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to like do something and not hear everything around me.
Yeah.
But he'd be on his phone for work. Like he was yelling. And one day I saw him outside on his little cordless phone, and he's just having a normal conversation, but he's so loud.
Yeah.
It went right through the walls, like they weren't there.
Brilliant.
And that was terrible. So I didn't feel so guilty about hooking my shit up and start playing. You know, it's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
fuck up. You want to make all the noise? I'll make some back. You know?
Yeah, I had that with my neighbours who were really loud one day, so I just took off the guitar and amp it and played the guitar for half an hour, and I switched it off, and they were really quiet after that.
Yeah.
They get a bit of their own medicine. I mean, like, you want to be loud? I can be loud if you want to be loud. Yeah, that fits them.
That's funny. Yeah, there you go. Instagram just cut off again. They give you an hour, then they shut it off. There's no going around it. So now I'm going to Twitch and YouTube.
What are you going to do about your mixer then? You've not looked into what's going on with that yet?
So clearly the basic problem today was just getting the D50 and other stuff to get sound because several of the jacks had oxidized. So sometime off stream now I'm going to go through and deoxit treat all the jacks, make sure all the sliders are working properly and not noisy. And also the problem I'm also, because of all the stuff hooked up and stuff. I have sub-mixers all around the room. So even if this one's working perfectly, I think my Soundcraft Folio back there is having some issues like that as well. So I have to go back and tweak. The one issue I had last time I was on the stream, I don't know why all my stuff coming in this mixer was potted to the left. Well, silly me didn't look at the input on this one. And in a pinch, I must have just started turning pots the wrong way to tweak something. And I potted this one all the way left on the input.
Well.
So it was hard potting everything from that mixer to the left. That was just a dumb, stupid thing I did, just not thinking about it, and I fixed it. So little things like that. I'm going to check all the signals, make sure they're all coming through in stereo, if they have stereo. Make sure there's no noise. Deoxit the ones that need the fixing. The keyboards are a whole other matter. Like I think my SX240 was making some noise earlier. It could be those pot sliders. It could be the jacks. It could be who knows what. So I will fix everything I can with minimal intrusion because I don't want to, make it worse or make something need to be replaced completely. And most of the time I haven't needed to because I cover everything. I have covers on my stuff. I don't have any dust issues. Nothing getting in my sliders because I cover everything. So the only thing that's going to happen is oxidation. And so I do the best I can to
Yeah,
prevent.
a bit of a spring clean then should fix it.
Yeah, it's just so that's the problem is I got to go through now and find out, mostly on the mixer side I think, which ports are oxidized. Quick cleanup, run the scratchy pots if they are scratchy, back and forth for a while, see what's going on. Stuff
I
like
let
that.
some of my synths out to my guitar friend. Every time I go around there, I'll take a different synth round and go, try this for a week. And
Yeah.
he got on really well with the MS1, which is like the 101
Oh
kind.
yeah.
He said like,
Did
this
you get the
thing,
one branded MS1?
It's, yeah.
Oh wow,
It's
before they changed it.
the Behringer 101, SH101 type thing.
Oh, I
and he
know.
said,
That's
like,
right.
if-
MS101, they changed it to MS1, right?
Yeah, it was MS101.
That's it. That's right.
Yeah. It says like every time I like, move any of the sliders on, it still sounds good. I can't make a bad sound of it. Okay,
That's cool.
so he had that for a week. Then I lent him the Roland
Nice.
Gaia, the first one, the white one, and he really liked that. And I lent him the
Hello.
Roland System
Hello.
one. Oh, hiya.
Hello.
Am I here?
You are.
There I am.
You are here.
Yes. You come to see some wind synth? Oh, I changed
Andy, that is some fine buffet crampon pocket clarinet tooting.
Isn't
you're
that-
doing
isn't that
there.
great?
And you're a master of the buffet.
Some of these presets don't work. There you go. Anyway, you get the idea. Good fun, good fun.
That does look fun. I wish I could play it, something like that.
I don't know the fingering at all, so I have to practice.
Yeah.
You're ready for the subway, Andy. You just sit down there, with your little amp, and
We're
Someone
gonna get
will
this
throw a
thing
couple of
centered.
urine on me, and then
Yeah,
I
there
have to throw.
Yeah, maybe not in San Francisco.
Well, no, there are lots of cities like that. I mean, New York City, it's the streets are rough, especially in the subways. I mean, I guess you guys have better regulation in the tubes, right?
well,
But
it's hard to regulate that stuff completely.
yeah, it's a lot of ground to cover, and a lot of, especially now the
Yeah.
homeless population's gone up.
I can't see this camera up. Save my soul.
Last thing I want is somebody's DNA or excrement in my face. So
Yeah, not a good thing.
I was just watching Silence of the Lambs the other day. The guy multiple MIGs. He goes, "Look at the blood," and he throws like jizz in her face, And then it's so great because he Hannibal Lecter respects her, so he ends up torturing that guy with whatever he says to him for who knows how many hours, and makes the guy cut his own throat.
Nice movie.
Oh, it's a great movie, actually. It's full of crazy ass stuff for sure. It's certainly one of Jonathan Demme's best things. He did some bad stuff. He did Stop Making Sense, which was good. His remake of Manchurian Candidate was pretty stupid. But Silence of the Lambs is pretty much a perfect movie, so he did a good job on that.
What was it? There was another one he did too. Was it like Something Wild?
Oh, that's yeah, that was good. That's true, that was good. I think that was Jonathan Demme. Yeah, because he did like Married to the Mob, which was dumb.
That was fun, but yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty dopey. Yeah, Something Wild was kind of fun.
I watched The Godfather the other day because I was looking at like the top IMD films of all time. God,
Sure.
what a fucking boring movie that was.
Oh,
Well,
you didn't like
it's,
that?
It's a different time period, man. Everyone wants this instant gratification, fast cutting action.
No.
action.
It takes ages to get going.
The pacing, yeah.
Like
Yeah, it's
45
an older-
minutes to get going. It's like what?
It's an older style of cinema, so.
Yeah. And then I tried to watch Godfather Part 2 and I gave up. Thought I can't be doing with this.
Well, definitely don't watch
watching-
3 because that's the worst one.
Yeah. Well,
It actually is the worst one by a lot. It's
Right.
they really screwed that one up.
Just goes to show what the supposedly best movies of all time are.
Yeah.
voted
Well, I
on.
mean, it's
doesn't mean
this
it is.
This is the by a certain standard because again, standards change, right?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna watch Birth of a Nation. Not only is it an unpleasant subject matter about the KKK, the rise of the KKK against the black people rising up, but it's also considered one of the most amazing movies of its time because D.W. Griffith had endless money and beautiful sets and all this crazy stuff. But it's a horrible movie as far as what you're showing, what the subject matter is, and making KKK guys look like heroes, right?
What's that movie with Rosebud in it? It's supposed to be like a really good movie.
Oh, Citizen Kane is great, yeah.
Can't
It's
get
awesome.
through that fucking film. Jesus, it's awful.
Well, it's just a style. It's not your style. What's your favorite
That's-
movie or favorite two movies?
My favourite two movies, To Have and Have Not, with Humphrey Bogart, and
Okay,
Alien.
that's pretty slow.
And
Yeah, but good, brilliant script.
wait,
Cracking
Alien's
script.
the second one.
The
And
second
Alien's
one.
the action one. Yeah, the action one.
Yeah. Alien's the
So
basic
Raymond-
remake of the movie.
Chandler and
So what do you
Ridley
think of
Scott.
Blade Runner?
Blade, I thought it was slow and boring.
Because it's very slow,
I'd
but
bit
it's
to it.
atmospheric as fuck. It's like, it's amazing.
I thought it was a bit boring.
So you're just not into slower movies, that's all.
No. Blade Runner's okay, but I wouldn't put it in the top 10 of any movie that I like. It's okay.
Well, the
It's
story is actually really weak. It's not much of a story at all. There's technically more story in 2049, but the first one I think is better just from nostalgia, the music, the visuals for the
it's got
time.
a good aesthetic, the first one.
Yeah, it's really
You know.
good. The second one is like, eh. I mean, Denis Villeneuve has a lot of talent, and of course Hans Zimmer makes some interesting stuff, but I thought that score was pretty weak.
Yeah. I like Silent Running. That's a good movie.
Silent Run's great, and it's slow too.
Yeah, I know, but it's a good movie.
Yeah,
It's like, I'm not a pace guy. I'm not after like
yeah.
wish wash wash. I just
Okay,
like good
so here-
movies.
What about Once Upon a Time in America?
Don't think I've seen it.
It's 4 hours, but it's
What?
amazing. It's amazing. It's got
Yeah.
Robert De Niro, James Woods.
Elizabeth McGovern.
Yeah, it's just rattle them off. It's amazing.
Really?
Morricone did the soundtrack.
It's been an American
fucking
thing,
awesome.
it being called
It's-
something in America.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, it's about the Jewish mafia rising up in New York in the 20s.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it's instead of Italians, it's the Jewish mafia.
Forbidden Planet's a good movie.
Well, it's great. It's incredible sound design.
I've never seen that one, but
Oh, Jesus, great movie. And
Yeah,
there's
it's
one
good.
I watched the other night. Chris said that is like was super slow, and I'll break a movie into 2 nights or whatever in that case. But it's like, is there the payoff? And this one is like, yeah, I think so. It's called After Yang
I haven't seen that.
with Colin Farrell.
Is it new?
Yeah, it's.
Well, new
I
it.
think it might be up for an Oscar for some category or something like that.
Well, that says nothing these days, does it? It would just mean
Yeah,
you've got
yeah,
a
yeah.
diversity quota ticked.
But look at them.
Yeah,
I saw.
they
I think it
they
was
give 'em
Amazon
out for
Prime I
everything
saw.
now.
But if you look for it, it's Colin Farrell just out, and it basically it's in the future, and they have a AI robot son who they're helping to raise their young son, but it's like a used model, so he suddenly like craps out, and effectively he has to decide, is this worth salvaging or not? And
Oh.
so he has to get into the guy's memories to figure out, like, why did he go bad and all. But it's like a super slow burn as they reveal all the things. But that's one of those where there's a payoff, I felt. So, and what was the other one last year? Power of the Dog.
Never heard of
That
that.
was a Western. That was Jesse Plemons, and I forget who else was in it. But it was like this super slow burn Western. And then the payoff is just like, the last scene almost is like,
If it's
aha!
got good acting and a good storyline and interesting dialogue, then it'll
Yeah,
keep me
and-
interested. But if
and
it's
it's sort of-
just
Definitely don't watch My Dinner with Andre. You'll hate that. So
yeah,
I love it, but most people hate it. So
there's some terrible films out.
What was the Jim
What
about-
Jarmusch
what about,
version? Coffee and Cigarettes. Watch that one instead.
Coffee and Cigarettes is good. Yeah. What about all the Jarmusch stuff is pretty good for the most part. But watch. How about Day the Earth Stood Still? You ever seen the original? I love
Yeah.
that movie.
Yeah,
Which
that's
one?
good.
Or the Day the Earth Stood Still, or the original War of the Worlds. George
yeah.
Yeah.
Powell's War of the Worlds.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Holy shit! Or
Yeah.
the Time Machine.
haven't seen
Jeez,
that.
that was
Yeah.
great shit.
There's like I also watched what's it called, The First Man in the Moon the other day. I watched that old movie. That was really good.
Couldn't have seen that.
What was
Probably
that?
have.
That was like in the probably either late. No, it must have been the early '60s that one came out. First Man in the Moon. It's basically, is it H.G. Wells' story? I think.
Oh,
Sounds like it.
I saw that.
So they go to the moon and they end up finding some subterranean moon creatures, and they have to like get their spaceship back to start dismantling the spaceship.
From 61?
You want to see
Early
something wild?
60s.
Yeah,
Check
yeah.
out the one we used, the one we had for the
Not a
hardware
secret.
jams thing called Ikari XB1. Check that one out. That's crazy. It's from
Oh,
like
yeah.
'63. It was the Polish government paid for it to be made, and I forgot the whole backstory, but it's really cool for the time. And I'd never heard of it until the hardware jams. He brought it up.
I saw a thing the other day where someone had cropped various images from two movies, and movie one was a film called Them, which is about ants underneath.
Yeah, the giant ants. Yeah.
Yeah, and the movie two was Aliens, and it's shot for shot the fucking same. Hilarious.
That's funny. Yeah. Well,
Because
yeah.
it got the kid that they rescued at the beginning, got the flamethrowers, got the ants, got
Well, I
the
mean, a lot of
goats in
things
the
have
net.
been done over and over again. That's just
Yeah,
the way
yeah.
it
It's
is.
interesting.
I mean, look at what was I just watching? Oh shit! It was just something I just saw recently that had just an incredible parallel, and they're like decades apart, and and some people have never seen some of these movies, so you can get away with it. You can repurpose things, and they go, "Wow, that's very original." It's like you said, no, it's 5 movies put into one. You know. So,
Whatever works, isn't it? But
yeah, it just
to be fair, there is no original movie. They're all bits of other movies, aren't they? I suppose.
well, they're only like 13 or 14 original plots.
Yeah.
Period. And everything
Yeah.
else is a variation on that. It's like man against man, man against nature. Just a bunch of
Yeah,
those little
yeah, I know what you
classic
mean.
plots. And so everything's just a hybrid or variation on that, or just turning stuff on its ear. That's kind of it. And special effects. I'm a special effects junkie. I used to do makeup effects for fun, just learning it and stuff. And that's what got me into 3D, because I used to do sculpting, and then I wanted to do more stuff, so I got into 3D virtual clay stuff and all that. So I'm a sucker for good effects, but I can't watch those fucking Michael Bay Transformers movies. They're garbage.
Yeah, too
you
much.
know? And because the story sucks, the dialogue sucks.
I'd like to
the
see that new
endless-
Godzilla one. I fancy watching that. But it's not available yet for me.
The second one was okay,
The Minus
if I remember
Zero or
correctly.
something it's called, isn't it? Is it Zero or something?
Is it
Oh, it's just-
Godzilla versus?
No, it's Godzilla something Zero.
There was
Oh,
one that was like the second of the new Godzilla they made that wasn't bad. I can't remember. It was just one creature, pretty much. I don't
The
know
last
the
one I
name,
remember
but
was Godzilla versus King Kong or something like that. Is that a-
Yeah,
They
Godzilla
remade
Minus
that.
Zero.
yeah,
I think it's in Japanese. It's a subtitle film.
yeah.
it's-
So they
it's
keep making
supposed to be really good.
stuff. Yeah.
Just waiting for
In
it to
fact,
turn up.
Toho Studio has been making that shit forever. They never stopped.
Mm.
You know, Everyone thinks that they only made all those '60s ones in the early '70s, but they're
No, there's
making
ones
that
into
shit.
the 80s and 90s and whatever. There's
Yeah,
loads.
because there was that Wii game for a while. It's Godzilla Destroy All Monsters. It's an awesome multiplayer Wii game where you kaiju versus kaiju,
All right.
using all the moves and stuff with your remotes and all that. And it's just a blast. You're just throwing buildings at each other. You're throwing each other against the mountain and across the screen, and body slams and stuff. And there were a couple monsters that I never heard of before. It's because they were from the '80s.
Mm.
There were a couple of movies they made in the '80s. And that's where those fucking monsters came from. So weird.
Fun and games, isn't it?
You missed the 80s. Oh, well.
Yeah.
That's what I got DVDs for. Don't have to miss nothing.
I like the classic ones. You know, like where like he's doing like little jumps in the air, and it's just like, you know, all this like
I never see it.
human emotion put on Godzilla. It's just silly.
Yeah.
It's very silly.
Fun and games.
Classic stuff.
And the Kong stuff was okay. Kong Skull Island was all right. You know, and
Yeah.
not a good movie, but it's fun to watch because it's visually amazing. It's just
Yeah.
the quality of the visuals are just stunning.
Well, they're not. There's a certain threshold when you're not impressed anymore. It just becomes. It's just another effect.
You've seen
really.
too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like,
When,
and that's
I'll
why the
tell
new
you
Zack Snyder thing is so terrible. It looks like a video game. Did you guys see that?
No.
Rebel Moon?
Oh God,
I saw
yeah.
it.
That's
Yeah.
awful.
Holy shit,
What
it's
an
terrible in
awful
every
movie.
possible way.
Yeah.
I hate Zack Snyder in general, but I really hate that movie.
That was hard. I think I watched that on 2 sittings. I couldn't watch it in one. I got like, I can't be bothered. I went to bed.
Now the
Me
girl
too.
in that is much better than she was in the vampire thing with Tom Cruise.
I
she
described that
covered
as Star Wars meets Magnificent Seven to somebody.
Well, it was supposed to be a Star Wars thing, and they denied him, so he rewrote it to be his own thing.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
why they
I
have
mean, I liked it
lightsabers
okay,
in
you
it
know?
and other stuff. So
It was well made, but the one I saw the other night that blew me away was The Creator.
Well, people
What's the
keep
name?
saying
I
that's
don't
really
think I've
good.
seen it.
I've watched like about 20 minutes, and I'm not into it.
Well, the effects were just like,
who's in it?
God, that blew me away. But the story was okay. And
Who's
you know,
in it?
had
Who
little
made it?
twists, too.
Is
But-
anyone famous?
It's John David Washington, Denzel's boy, and Gemma Chan, who is in Almost.
Yeah, she's in all
Human?
kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, almost, and some others you'll recognize, but another AI future one. But it's the visual effects of the AI. To me, I was just like, wow, that's
I
so
like
good.
that
Image-
Andor thing. That was good. That
And it
was
was
just slow. That
surprisingly
was
good.
slow.
And
Slow, but it was good.
it was so much better than some of the other stuff, and it's a brand new story. I was shocked.
Yeah, it was really good.
Yeah,
What's
they
that
did a
on?
great
It
job.
actually made Star Wars.
Because I hated
interesting.
Andor in the Death Star plans version. What was that called? The
Rogue One.
Rogue One. I hated him in Rogue One. He's an asshole, but he's really
Yeah.
good in his own show.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, weird, isn't it?
Talk about a redeeming character arc. That's crazy. You know, it's like,
Yeah. I don't
Weird.
know how come they pulled that out of the fire, because they're onto a role of making absolutely terrible Star Wars shit.
Obi-Wan was awful. Boba
God,
Fett was
wasn't it?
awful. Mandalorian was pretty good, but it had
Oh.
problems.
See you, Dave.
Good night, Dave. Get some rest, man.
Yeah,
Be healthy.
getting a cold, so need some sleep. Oh dear, don't get a cold.
Yeah, I'm still getting over this shit.
We're
Lots of
all
phlegm.
battling one
So
thing.
you know,
or another.
you went to them with the idea of not getting anything, but you got something anyway. You got a cold.
I got to hang out
Free.
with Buffett Crampon, and I got a flu. So,
Yeah, perfect.
but,
They were tough crowd.
but I got lucky because I went to Synthplex, didn't get sick. I went to NAMM last year, didn't get sick. I went to some other events and didn't get sick. And, I mean, at fucking Disneyland, and didn't get sick. And
What's Disneyland like for an adult to go to?
I mean, I grew up going there, so I like the stories and I like the rides, and even the stupid kiddie rides are really well done. It's just fun, you know. But you know, she couldn't go on a lot of the crazy rides because she gets motion sickness and stuff. So I missed out on a few of the really wild ones because the lines are so god awful long.
Yeah.
Although I noticed at the end of the day, probably because of the weather or because they're open till midnight that night, there's a fall off. Pretty soon I was like, oh shit! All of a sudden I can ride Indiana Jones. I can ride this. I can ride that. I can ride the Matterhorn.
Everyone
I
else
got
is
almost
going
all the
home
rides
to
I
see when
wanted
you
in. It was
decide that you can
pretty
actually
good.
go on it.
Yeah, because this Fast Pass feature they have.
Oh yeah.
Or if you buy the fancy wristband, which is a lot of money, you can hold all of your rides in there. They don't wait. You don't have to
Yeah.
use your Fast Pass to get the next one. You can store them on there and go any ride you want. It's pretty awesome. But they're just milking you for money. So I just did the Fast Pass thing, and I go, well, Indiana Jones booked up for the day, according to Fast Pass, which is the app you use, by like 3 p.m. It was already booked for the day. I'm like, what? But people didn't show up, and people stopped putting it in. So it's all projections, right? So pretty soon by like 9 o'clock, I'm like, fuck, I think I can get on Indiana Jones. So she's watching the goddamn fireworks, because I've seen fireworks my whole life. They're not that novel anymore. So I don't care about the fireworks, right? I'm going to ride the ride. So while she's watching the fireworks show and the whole shebang, I rode like 3 or 4 rides. So I'm like, I'm happy. And it was all those rides I couldn't get into earlier. But so I mean, Disney, I'm not into their movies. Certainly not anymore. The more recent ones are even worse. They're just, and it's not just all this nonsense about woke and all this stuff. It's just they're not well written.
They're just terrible movies.
They're
Doesn't
just
matter
stupid,
what it is. It's just awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's a
some
formula
of the
to
actors
make
they use
money.
aren't good.
Yeah.
And
Just a formula to print money.
Yeah. And,
Wow.
and then the way
Oh, they're actually
Disney's always
printing money. That's the problem, isn't it? I think they are.
well, Disney's always been sneaky about their stuff, because I used to work at a video store in high school, and I watched the VHS Disney's come through. They had Macrovision on them, so you couldn't copy them. And so they would basically every once in a while come out like, oh, for limited time, buy all your favorites, but only these movies, right?
Right.
And then when those go off, now they do another set. So they got you on like almost like a subscription thing. If you break them or want more as gifts or whatever, you have to constantly watch. Oh, now I got to buy a whole bunch of them because they're going to disappear for 3 years or whatever.
Yeah,
And
they're
they've been doing that shit forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
So finally, when piracy started, everyone just said, "Fuck you, Disney. If I really want the stuff, I'm just going to get it anyway. I don't want it anyway. But if you do want it, they can't play those games anymore. You know?
Yeah.
So, Steve, I'll say about Disney, it's like, as far as going to the parks, you know, if at this stage of the game, because you're about my age, I know, unless you're going with kids, it's probably, for the money, it's probably not that fun. But, I mean, you'll still have a good time. There's stuff to
I mean, I'm
do.
a roller coaster guy, though, so I've always loved those. That will never get rid of that.
It's just the crowds and the lines.
all the
So
crowds
if
are
you're dealing
terrible,
with that, you'll be in hell.
Yeah, the lines would drive me around a twist.
Yeah.
Wear good shoes and get entertained by either people watching or your phone.
And if you're,
Because you're-
and just basically suck it, you're going to shell out money like crazy and get exactly the fast pass and anything you can to get you through fast.
So my way to save money that day was, once we got in the gate, I had a couple bottles of water in my backpack and I had a bag of snacks in my backpack. I didn't buy any food there.
Well, yeah, they'll love you for the food.
Or
won't they?
souvenirs.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I didn't spend any more money. I did on the way out
That's a
just because I
local.
was curious about something there. I did try one little small thing just because I wanted to try it, but not because I needed it. I wasn't hungry. So you can skip all that shit and don't play their games, you know. But like the Haunted Mansion's amazing. In fact, this year they did a Christmas thing when we went. So they had Nightmare Before Christmas version of Haunted Mansion, which is pretty crazy. They redid the whole fucking thing. So, and they also redid if you saw my live stream, you saw the Small World.
Yeah.
I did the Christmas Small World, which is a horror show, right? Because it's that earworm that gets in there. It's really fucking annoying.
Oh, God.
But it's just funny. I just go there and laugh. I just, I don't take it seriously. But the rides are great. The Matterhorn's great. The Indiana Jones ride fucks your back up like nothing else. Space Mountain is a lot of fun because you're
That's my
taking
favorite.
crazy curves and dips in the dark, so you can't see shit.
So-
coming.
So do Space Mountain High. That's
Well,
a blast.
definitely don't do Space Mountain, Indiana Jones, and the Matterhorn all in a row because
Yeah,
you'll be in
that.
traction. It really fucks
hey-
your back up.
Do they still have Pirates of the Caribbean?
That's an amazing ride.
Okay, so I'll tell you a
Yeah,
story
it's
about
funny
that.
too.
So we lived in Honolulu when I was young in the 60s, but when we come from the mainland and stop in LA, we'd spend like a week in LA or something like that, and going to Disneyland was a treat. So I remember being there 5 years old. I'm eating this ice cream cone, and all of a sudden these two cowboys get out and have a gunfight, and like the sheriff blasts the bad guy, and I'm just watching this, 5 year old, and acting, but I didn't know. And then the sheriff comes up and gives me the slug from the bullet from the gun thing, and then he goes, I'm like, follow this guy. And he goes behind a construction wall, like a boards, and like you'd have in a city or whatever, but they were building Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
This was in 1965. We were coming back from India, going back to Honolulu. And so then the next time I go was 69, and I think Pirates had been open a while, but I got to go on it. I was like, Pilfer, like, wait a minute, this was being built when I was here last time. I remember it. But I've done the Disney
That's cool.
World in Orlando several times because I lived in Tampa for 7 years, so
Oh yeah.
Orlando wasn't too far away. But one time they had this thing called the World Series of Entertainment where they had all these performers through the park. And at like 9 o'clock, they closed the park to the general audience and just open up the people for the World Series of Entertainment. And then you would go to the different pavilions and they'd have, what it was like Gary U.S. Bonds and the Association. And
Here, U.S. bonds. Jesus.
yeah, one of them was Chuck Berry. And the ones that blew me away were the Ventures.
Oh yeah.
Like Chuck Berry was the headliner, and he was Chuck Berry. I mean, that guy's been on autopilot for 60 years or something. But the Ventures, the energy, and just it's like recognized, and these guys were ridiculously good and fired up, and the crowd was just going nuts and all.
I'll
But
bet.
that was where so we're all having a little herb and having a good time there. But the rides were available as well, and it was basically like, oh, I could have unlimited rides on Space Mountain. Thank you. So it was like, do I listen to music or ride Space Mountain? That was a tough choice.
So Space Mountain I did Disney World once because I never had a chance to do it all the times I went to Florida, and I said let's just do a trip out there one time. We'll do the Disney World. So you go to like Magic Kingdom, you go to Epcot, so you get to try the food and all that shit, right?
Yep.
And the
Never
food was
did Epcot.
surprisingly good. I was surprised. The food was because I'm real picky about food, so I was pretty happy about the food, and there were some cool rides there, and people watching and stuff is pretty good. But everything else in the Magic Kingdom part of it, the other park there,
Right.
was like bigger. Like Space Mountain was bigger than the one in LA. The mansion was bigger. Everything was bigger. But
Yep.
consequently, the fucking lines were longer. I had to wait 2 hours to get into Space Mountain.
The lines are ridiculous.
Crazy.
So I took the family there in 2006. I did the obligatory trip, and we did one day in the Magic Kingdom and one day in SeaWorld. But my niece, they were stationed down in Florida at the time, and so they had military kind of passes for us to take advantage of.
Oh,
And
nice.
she is like the guru of Disney and like has been to almost every park around the globe, etc. So she knew all the
in
trips
Tokyo
like-
Disney and all that?
Oh yeah, because they were
Yeah.
stationed in Japan for 3 years. They
There you
did
go.
Asia, left, right, and up the middle. And they're like a Disney family. It's ridiculous. But anyway,
That's
so
crazy.
so she knew all the tricks and the ins and outs. We had the fast pass. We got like the night we were there. We arrived in town, and we had this incredible suite hotel there. We got to ride in the driver's cab of the monorail, just kind of cruising around at night,
Holy shit.
checking out the park, and it was like ridiculous fun. But it was like July, so it was a bajillion degrees, and I was suffering enough as it was because I was a fatter bastard than I am now back then. But but it was like you felt so bad for these people on these lines. It was like, how can you stand on line for 2 hours?
Yeah.
90 something degree Florida heat and all. But
So here's the problem. When I went to Florida that trip, it was winter, but there was weird weather. Normally it's pretty warm in Florida, but there was like a freak storm coming through with cold air and some rain. So it wasn't miserably hot like you would expect.
What month?
It was actually kind of cold. This was December,
Okay.
and the forecast weren't sure. So I bring some layers. I'll buy a local mini umbrella, put it in the backpack. You know, we each have our own umbrella. We're good, no matter what. We're good. So I bought at a convenience store before we went to the park that day. And boy, was that a good guess, because right after the fireworks show that night, and I had just finished Space Mountain, 2 hours in the fucking Space Mountain line. My feet were killing me because I wore the wrong shoes. That was a big no-no. And we're sitting there for a little bit, getting ready to head back to the monorail to go out to the parking lot. And it fucking poured down freezing cold rain, not just warm rain.
Yep.
And no one there is ready. Everyone's in little shorts and shirts and no jackets, no protection service. So they're going, they're running all crazy, scattering like cockroaches going for the dark. And so we just looked at each other and went, perfect timing. Pull out the umbrellas, pop them open, walk right in the middle of Main Street with rain all around us, totally dry, laughing our asses off at all these people like shivering under the thing. It's like, you guys didn't prepare. You know, all you had to do was watch the fucking forecast. I'm not from Florida.
Yeah.
You know? But they're just in Disneyland brainwash mode. Don't think and don't look at the weather and don't read the forecast or whatever. And so we're just laughing, and we're only people had umbrellas that day. We're just walking down, just like singing in the rain, just laughing at these dopes. And you know, it's just too funny, because it's one thing if it was just like half of them. It was all of them. So everyone's like wet dogs, you know, crowded under all these awnings and stuff. Like, oh no! It's like, well, you have to move at some point, because the park's going to close and the monorails are going to stop. So they then start streaking, like, you know, running down for the thing, and you're still going to get just as wet. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
So it was I was never a Boy Scout, whatever, but I always try to be prepared as much as I can, and often fail miserably. That was one time I'm like, man,
Think ahead.
that really paid off. You know, it was crazy.
Well, that's it. I mean, Florida in December and January, man, it can really get winter. I mean,
Yeah, it was shocking. They said it was
senior year of high school,
unseasonal.
we had snow in the Panhandle, and they actually
Yeah.
had to close school in the middle of the day for snow. So,
The locals told me it was unusual for that time, considering the recent trend. So that's why I think a lot of people are caught off guard. Because if I had known, you know, I mean, I figured it out last minute, but I would have brought stuff on the trip, not just buying it locally, if I had known the weather was going to be iffy.
right.
But then we had the same fucking weather a few weeks ago when we were in Disneyland. 'Cause she got a deal.
You sound like a pair of British people. All we talk about is the fucking weather.
Well, here's my chance, because I don't much. So, but
Yeah, dive in.
but
Feel free.
but the first day was cool, but cloudy, but you know, pleasant. It was like nice. Second day we went to California Adventure, which I'd never been to before. Holy shit! Half the day was pouring rain, not just overcast and sprinkling, pouring rain. So again, I planned ahead. I brought ponchos because I don't want to carry an umbrella the whole time. And also, if it's windy, which it was pretty windy, the umbrella gets all fucked up and then you get wet.
Oh.
So we brought these ponchos, just cheap plastic ponchos. And it came in handy because the first ride we did was their version of the rip-roaring rapids with the spinning donuts getting splashed around on the thing. And so the poncho was great for that because I didn't get wet, except for my butt, you know. But it was great. I actually have a video of that. I think I forgot to upload that, but on the iPhone video is kind of fun. But so that was the first thing we got into, and then by then it was pouring rain the rest of the day. And you see people like huddling, shivering, the same thing, or just buying crazy expensive Disney ponchos because they gotta have it.
They got to
So
have
they
it.
made a killing that day of those fucking Disney ponchos. You know, it was hilarious.
That's why they've got them. It's a business.
Oh my god, it was.
They
they
probably make
ran
more
out.
money selling ponchos than they do selling fucking films.
I
these
bet
days.
they ran out. You know, and a lot of rides started to close because they can't run them in the rain. I did the one. I really wanted to do the Incredibles coaster because it's really fast and crazy. I love roller coasters. So here I am, waiting, got on the list finally, but couldn't get that one. It kept getting booked up because it was closed because of rain, and then it opened again and get full again. So we were taking a little break, and I was talking to one of the cast, the lady in her little outfit, and I said, "Hey, I'm just curious, how does this thing work with the thing, and also how do you guys get paid for it?" I was just bullshitting with her, random, just being nice to her, asking questions, not expecting anything in return, just being friendly. And she goes, "You know what? Let me see your apps." I was, "Okay." She goes, "Here." She gave us 3 instantaneous write anything immediately passes on our apps. Just for being nice to her, I guess. I don't know. It was super cool. So I was able to get the Incredible Coaster, a couple other things that were like impossible to get into.
Awesome.
Or long wait. But it was raining when I got on that fucking coaster. And rain hitting your face at 50 miles an hour plus whatever it was does not feel good. So I was like squinting because I didn't have sunglasses. I'm like, this ride is so much fun, but I can't see it. Like my face is getting melted.
Moan. It's no different than owning a convertible with a broken top. Come on.
Well, exactly. I hadn't done that, so. But
Or a motorbike.
but the ride was so much fun. I put up with the bullshit.
Yeah.
It was fun.
Time for bed for me, I think. It's
Oh gosh.
nearly 5 a.m. Hey ho.
Oh, so
You
you
are a
didn't
Spartan, man.
you didn't get up early. You stayed up late.
I'll get all sorts of times. I'm upside down at the minute. I'm sleeping. There you go.
I'm a night owl myself, but I get to bed by 2.
I go to bed twice a day because I can only sleep for like 3 hours and I wake up.
Oh, bummer. You got to.
Lost-
That's not good.
A lot of times,
Huh?
Wagyu will be up now because he does that support stuff in the morning. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
but cool.
I shall catch you another time. Yeah. You take
Take
care.
care, man. Good talking.
Yep. See ya. Cheers.
So,
Bye.
yeah. Bye to the winter.
Cheers. But the umbrella store, the rain story, reminded me of standing online at the half-price booth in New York, Times Square, and a
Same idea.
freak little cloud blows over it. There are these guys, you're walking by selling all kinds of stuff, right? The street vendors, and they've got selling umbrellas for $5, $5, and then the rain comes and they're like umbrellas, $20, $20.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So
because of that, I always have at least one of those little fold-up ones in the car. Sometimes I have like 3 or 4 because I forgot I bought so many. And I always have one in my backpack. So I don't care where I'm going, even if it's part of California where almost never gets rain. I hate being caught without something like that. So
yeah, well that's it. They make these crazy small compact ones, and if you carry backpacks around, good idea.
like this one I have here is pretty tiny.
That and one of those
Right.
tools that you can break out of a car window if you've fallen into the river or whatever.
Look how tiny this one is.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's pretty sturdy. It's been through a lot. It doesn't break. Shockingly, because they used to break all the time.
Oh yeah, well that's it. So there was a time because we had Orioles season tickets, and we would get umbrellas every year. They'd have an umbrella night, and they were designed to last exactly 1 season long.
Exactly.
So I think I have a fair collection of broken Orioles umbrellas. But
It's like these. I mean, this one I found is particularly good because it didn't break yet. But most of the time, they're really chintzy. They just, they rip, or like because they use like little thread to get the metal hinges,
right,
and they just tear.
that's it.
So then
Well,
you have this hinge doing this, and
yeah, and if they ever get inverted in a good wind, that they're
it just breaks. Yeah.
you've now compromised it. It's like throwing
But
your.
I have like some good golf umbrellas, and they're sturdy as hell. They
Oh
never-
yeah, now that's a whole other game. That has been my umbrella since 1999. I have a golf umbrella, although I don't use it much these days, so they don't go out. But I joke that because I'm a pathetic golfer. However, I am an award-winning golfer, and that was my prize. We did a scramble, and one of the prizes was for the straightest drive, most accurate drive.
Wow.
And they put like down the green or down the fairway. What was it? Green? No. Yeah, fairway. they had this
Alright.
like a tape or whatever running for, I don't know, 50 feet or whatever. You had to be close to that, right? Mine was like dead on the mark, but about 30 feet shy of actually where they started it.
It's like the punt, pass, and kick for football. Remember the old
That's
punt, pass, and
exactly
kick?
it. But
Yeah,
it,
I got a trophy once for that.
You know, it's like, yeah, I got an Oscar here, sure. Yeah,
Um,
but
my-
that's like the best prize almost I've ever gotten. I think that was great.
My-
I mean, it's been thick and thin, and it's a beast.
half of my dad's life is work, and half of my dad's life is golf. More in the golf, technically. So he could have gone pro.
He's
but
one of them.
He did play in a tournament with Arnold Palmer and Jack Lemmon and stuff once on TV. The local news picked him up, basically.
Cool.
So he's really good, and he's been playing forever. And he's also the typical. He looks like Craig Statler, not the Walrus. So he's kind of a fat guy with a mustache. But he, it doesn't make him in shape, but he does get some. He does get some exercise out of it. He gets out and gets some sun and fun with his friends.
Does he walk it or do the cart?
No, he never gets carts. He only got carts when we begged him to get carts so we could drive
There
it
you
around. Cause a
See,
bunch.
that's
he took
the
us out
only
a lot.
reason I want to play golf is to drive those carts.
Well, one time I got in trouble because first of all, we're not supposed to drive them because we're kids. And second of all, I drove a little close to the green one time somewhere. People were yelling at me, and so it's just, I was a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I was having fun, But
Yeah.
I spent enough time on the golf course and actually playing to be good if I wanted to. I just never got enough interest in it to keep up with it. So my brother plays more than I do, but I pretty much haven't played since I was in high school.
Well, it's a thing. I know. I get it. So I took it as a class in high school, I think, or whatever. But nothing I ever pursued. Never had golf clubs or anything like that. But when my father-in-law retired, he became a golf junkie, and
Wow.
so whenever they were in town, we played, and they built this gorgeous golf course about a mile from me here, and he loved coming to play it and all. So we'd go play that, and anytime there's
Do you have a famous one near you?
no, well, the famous one in the area here, I think, is the one in shoot, what's it? It begins with an A. There's one I think it's on the tour kind of thing.
I used to know a lot of them, but I forgot.
Is it like Avenal? Does Avenal sound right?
My dad, he would play
Right.
golf all Saturday, sometimes Saturday,
Sure.
Sunday. Each day he would come home, watch taped golf, even old ones, not new ones. And he was golf. I'm like,
That's it.
dude, watch. And he also loved movies. That's why we got into movies when I was a kid a lot. So, but I mean, if it was a weekend, it was sports time. He was watching either football or golf or something like that, but mostly golf. He loved golf endlessly. He's not as rabid about it anymore. But I mean, I'd see him watching old tapes because I recognized the tape. And I go, "You're watching that again? Oh, that's a great game." It's like, don't you have new golf to watch?
That's right. Hey, there's a whatever.
Fixated, just fixated.
And but I still have my clubs here, but I can't play with my hands anymore. But it was kind of like, to me, it was a social sport, and especially if there were 3 son-in-laws and him, so if the whole family were together, we go out for a day. They had he had a nice little community. The thing was, he had this community course. There was just a 9-hole course, but it was $5 for him to play.
Wow.
And he could play, if you want to do 18, he just played twice. And he had a regular group it's all about social. They have regular groups they play with, and and stuff like that. So, but so we would have fun playing along and all that. And I did a few scramble games, things in that manner. Those were fun, but I'm a social golfer, so forget anything competitive that way.
Yeah, I just didn't. It didn't really take to it. Although it was kind of fun being on the course once in a while and the greenery and see the birds and stuff. But
Yeah.
ride the carts, almost everything but the golf. Yeah. And we go at the 19th hole and get a drink and get a snack and stuff.
Of course.
Well,
Sure, the the beer babes and the 19th hole is certainly a major attraction. Driving the carts, oh gosh.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's fun, but I mean, he was just so into it, very serious about it,
yeah.
and didn't always want to take kids because we're just fucking around all the time.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So we only did so much with him.
But
Yeah.
and the other thing the old man would do, he'd go and like look for balls, and he'd always find like a bunch of balls. So at some point he would just disperse. At some point we get here's another 20 balls for you guys or whatever, and it seemed to be as much hunting for lost golf balls as much as playing the game to him. But
My dad would do that, but then he'd bring fucking poison oak to the family. So I'd get poison oak. I didn't even go out.
booby
Bang.
trap.
No. And poison oak, if you ever had contact dermatitis, it's horrible.
We've had it in the yard, but I haven't.
You get poison ivy there, right?
We could both,
I think you guys back used to get the poison ivy, I think.
but yeah, we have enough in the backyard that keep an eye out for when the kids were young. Now they don't go back there anymore. So.
Yeah. Or you get like,
But
berry brambles and stuff, like Himalaya berry and stuff. Those are nasty. Those hooked. They're like rose thorns that really tear you up.
oh gosh, yeah.
Those are nasty. Another introduced plant that causes a lot of problems. I used to work at botanical garden, and those damn things
Invasive.
So invasive. And they're edible. The fruit's decent, but they're just impossible to eradicate without destroying a bunch of stuff around it. But yeah. So I surrounded my golf my whole life.
Oh well.
But it makes him happy, and business contacts and whatever. It's I get all that.
So what was
Some
your
of these
mom's passion while Dad's out playing golf? Does she have her thing, or is it?
She was kind of jack of all trades. She really good cook, and what you didn't know through osmosis, she would just watch cooking shows and get Bon Appetit magazine, Gourmet magazine, and various other books. Back when Yan Can Cook started up his show.
Oh yeah. Gosh.
Old Julia Child stuff. Just endless stuff like that, and pick it up like that. I'm like, how the fuck did you do that? You just learned that, to the point where she wouldn't use recipes. She'd figure it out, and it's in her head.
Instinct. Yeah.
And so consequently, I got spoiled with good food growing up. If we went out to eat, it was a good place. If I went to a friend's house, I often didn't eat because I'm picky. And she had this standard she set with this amazing food,
Nice.
and and even learned early on, although she can copy some of the fancy restaurants and the bakeries, by the time you get all the raw materials for a one-off and put it all together, it costs more than the one they made in the bakery, because she's using good chocolate, good raw materials, the good quality cream and all those little things. So the like tricolor mousse and stuff, you could buy one in the store for $15, or it costs her like $25 to make it or something like that. So she could do that, and that's great. But a lot of times she said, "Fuck it, I'm just going to buy this because the one I'm copying is good and it's reasonable." So she had all that skill to just make stuff if she wanted to.
Right.
But often would just, be smart about it and buy it and save herself time for other things. But she was a good gardener, and we always had pets and stuff. So she's good with the dogs and the cats and the chickens we had for a while for the eggs, and we had goats. A few places we lived.
Gosh.
Just because they're fun. Goats are a lot of fun. And if you're into the milk, you can have the milk, but you don't have to. And it's all that. And she was really good at sewing. so she could make her own clothes, you know, and fix my clothes and my brother's clothes, and they're all screwed up. So she could kind of do just about everything. She also, oddly enough, you know, my computer career is just out of happenstance. I didn't really get a degree in it or whatever. I just fell into it and just worked my way through it. But she was doing mainframe stuff with those giant like tray backup disks for like a VAX. It's like an old VAX or like a digital VAX
Yep.
system.
Yep.
In the insurance
Oh, yeah.
my dad's insurance office. She was the IT operator in that fucking office.
The
With
disc
a
packs.
monochrome screen. And I'm like, what the fuck is this stuff? Because I'm used to, you know, this stuff at home. And I see this stuff that's still around, and I go, God, that's ancient shit, right? But she was a computer operator, so she learned how to do IT stuff too. So she kind of did everything.
Cool.
It's crazy.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it's an
Excellent.
amazing person. It's a good thing she did all that stuff and had a full life, because unfortunately she got leukemia in her 40s, and so she died like 30 years ago.
Oh, it's terrible. Yeah.
So she had a full life, and it really enjoyed it to the most. So as sad as it is, and I always think about her,
Yeah.
she really did live most than most people I'll ever know. Not just with her activities, but her zest for life.
And she's a good role model for you and the family too.
It's really fun to be around. I mean, in a lot of ways. I mean, I learned more later on, just hard knocks and stuff. But you know, not sweating the small stuff. Enjoy
Yeah.
every day. Don't be a dick, because what's the point? You know, even if you feel like you have an attitude, maybe you don't need to do it or show it, because it's just hurtful when it's not conducive to anything, you know. So she taught us a lot of good stuff about, you know, how to be a good person, and how to enjoy life, and get the most out of every day. And always make sure you have fun, right?
That's right.
Every day is supposed to be
And,
fun.
One of the old taglines from Mercenary Audio that I love is life is too short to suck.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Like, for example, she'd be, you know, I grew up with all those stupid talk shows and stuff, because she'd be ironing, doing all this crazy housework, busting her ass, doing it all by herself, and watching all these shows. So I grew up watching the Donahues and all those, long time ago, all those crazy shows.
Afternoon television on the
Yeah.
networks.
And back then they were at least somewhat educational. They weren't garbage like they are now. Like, I noticed something when Oprah started up. I'm like, this show sucks. It's just so vapid. You know, I know she's giving people cars and she's trying to like do stuff for supposed human rights, but if you read about her and how she treats her staff and her cocky behavior, and she's not a nice person, you know, off camera.
Not too bad, but
But a lot of these people in the old days kind of were. They were kind of a different breed, you know?
yeah.
So it just, you know, seeing things get more cynical and more empty, and
Well,
then reality TV.
what did Leo
nonsense, all
DeRocher
that
say?
shit.
Nice guys finish last. That mentality has been around for so long, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you have to make tough choices sometimes, and maybe not be magnanimous all the time, because it's kind of
Well,
hard, right?
right.
But at least know that you should and you can, and good things happen when you do. But I've known so many people through work and other means that don't ever learn anything like that. And they treat people like shit. They're miserable. You know, like, I'm critical about a lot of stuff, but it's usually constructive criticism. I'm not just out there talking shit about stuff without any information. Even if I make mistakes, I'm still trying to get to a point and not just be mean-spirited or a naysayer or something like that. There's usually a reason for it.
yeah.
Especially with all this anti-science nonsense out there now. It drives me crazy.
Oh God. Well,
But but so many people I know, they're just nasty to be nasty. It doesn't even help them. And so, yeah, it's you know, you can. Some people aren't fortunate to have good parents, but if you have good parents, you can really have a nice life and learn a lot. And
So true. I was lucky in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, it's not everyone. I've known tons of people who weren't. Some of my friends, their parents are awful. So I feel sorry for them. It's just like they didn't even have a chance. So the fact that they're good people now is stunning.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they rose above it. Right?
Well, so a term I use is are you a because of or in spite of whatever? So your parents are either an inspiration, role model, or cautionary tales for you.
Yeah, anti-inspiration now.
And some combination of the two. But the thing is, I just have one older brother, and he's 13 years older than me. So I started to think about it at some point. That like the parents that he grew up with, and the parents that I grew up with, are actually two different pair.
Yeah.
Because their lives have evolved so much. And,
Oh yeah.
I think, and like, I think he got the lovey-dovey happy couple, and I got the couple that were the Bickersons, and but it was almost like they stayed together out of spite more than. But they were together till the end, and that was it. Sometimes I wondered, but this is a different generation to it all like that, but still, they were parents.
My parents really got along, so it would have been nice to see them have a long life together, but it just wasn't meant to be. So now my dad's stuck with this horrible woman.
Oh yeah,
It just makes everything unpleasant.
Yep, that's too bad.
Now, luckily, I'm not beholden to her in any way because I'm grown up. I'm not a kid. If I had to grow up in that situation, I would be rebellious as hell and getting in trouble all the time because she's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, because of her, I don't see my dad as much as I would like to because she makes everything more difficult.
And you just can't stand golf that much. So. No.
Yeah, I mean, the golf is one way to get away from her.
That's it.
But he definitely uses that too. I mean, it's smart.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Get out, have your own time. If you play by yourself at a range or whatever, you're just doing your own thing. But yeah, it just makes things tough. So again, it always makes me think back to the good times and think how wonderful it was. Even without this horrible person lingering around the family these days.
Right.
But it could always be worse. I mean, we weren't spoiled growing up. Like, I had to buy my own microscope, I had to buy my own synthesizer, I had to buy my own all that shit. But, I had jobs from high school on, so I made okay money early on to do that. But they weren't like doting on me. They weren't, even though they saw my interest, they weren't just like, hey, have this. And I have friends that is like, they just for doing nothing at like age 14, they're getting $20 a week or more.
Whoa.
They don't even do any chores. I'm doing like all these chores in the yard and all this other stuff. And I'm lucky if I get $5 once in a while,
Yeah, I think $5 is where I ended up.
Yeah. Most people were.
Yeah.
But I had these spoiled brat friends.
Well.
And acquaintances not only got money for nothing, but got like the new Sony Walkman because it was available. And all this shit. I'm like, I had to buy that shit for myself. So, I just told you, I'm not spoiled, but I definitely know how to appreciate good things.
Yep.
A lot of people who were spoiled don't appreciate anything. So. In that sense, it's good for you because you understand the value of stuff and you don't take it for granted. But it would have been nice to have a few of those things as a kid. Like my friend had all the fucking Star Wars toys, all the first ones. The TIE Fighter, the X-Wing, the AT-AT, the Jawa thing, even the fucking Droid Factory thing, that big one. Right. He had like the H.R. Giger alien doll where you could pull the head and the jaws come out. Those almost immediately became worth like $200 not long after that came out. And he had like the Shogun Warrior giant robot thing, which I didn't really care much about, but they were kind of cool. And he had tech toys, like, you remember that one silly tank where there's a keypad on the top, you'd program moves down the hall, turn and shoot, and then turn and shoot.
Oh, vaguely.
It's like a moon
Remember,
buggy
I
thing.
got a few years on you, so these
Yeah,
are all
this-
coming out when I didn't have kids, so I wasn't looking at the ads or anything. But
This was 78, 79, something like that.
yeah, I was in college, so
Oh yeah, okay. But you would have seen the ads probably somewhere.
yeah.
But anyway, this
Yeah,
you know, that
it's
kind
toys.
of
No, exactly that. But you're saying like this. I think Star Wars is probably like the first really. Oh God, we can market the shit out of this, and all of those figures and things like that. There just hadn't been things in the past to that degree. And,
well, the funny thing too is I didn't see this till later, but you know they had that thing where you could order away for the stand, and as they come out, you would populate them, the first run figures.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I didn't know about that till I watched some of these, you know, toy shows and comic book shows and stuff. But he never had that because he didn't even think about that. Parents would just buy him whatever's in the store, and he would eventually get all of them. But the kids who had to like scrap and save and like, oh, I wish I could have those, would have to like wait for them to slowly come out on these like promotional things to like get them cheaper or something.
Yeah.
But this kid was spoiled for everything. So luckily I was his friend, so I got to play with all of his toys,
Yeah.
which is a side benefit. It was nice. I didn't need
That
to
was-
own them.
That was a secret. Having a friend who had it all.
Yeah. So I was happy about that. That's why part of the reason I didn't get too upset, because hey, I can't play with them anytime I want. But to be honest, do I really want them? They're fun, but they're not that fun, you know. So he would be stuck with a room full of stuff he's eventually tired of and go in the closet or whatever. And I didn't because I didn't have them. So it was okay. You know, it's nice to have friends that have the stuff. It's
Right.
like a surrogate.
Well, and you appreciate what you do have then. So
Yeah, exactly. But like I said, at the time as a kid, try to think back what you're like as a kid. I probably thought it would have been damn nice to have some of those. Just not just to feel appreciated, but just because my friends had it, and these guys had it, other guys I knew at school had it. We didn't have a
Did you ever-
computer in the house till we didn't have any computer for the family until high school. And my brother, the only reason we have it was because Homestead High School, where Wozniak and Jobs went to school, about 10 years before we did, Wozniak donated Macintosh 128K, the first one from 1984, 85, to the school as a grand prize at the senior all-night party.
Oof.
The senior all-night party was a way they try to keep you off the streets and kill each other with drunk
Yep,
driving.
yep.
And,
we had that here.
yeah, so at midnight you go home.
They lock
Right.
them in the mall basically overnight.
We're on the campus. They actually took the gymnasium over and decorated, had a bunch of food there and stuff. And it was all right. It was kind of fun. But in the setting you were in, it was kind of boring. I normally stay up till midnight, but in that setting it was like, God, this is a stretch. I'm bored at this point at midnight at school. But my brother luckily hung out. He was 2 years above me. He hung out the year he had it. That was the fucking grand prize. If he had left a couple minutes earlier, which he was planning to do, he would have missed out. And it was a $3,300 computer back then, a 128K Mac.
Wow, I remember those.
And I still have it. It still works. 400K floppy, no hard drive. Serial mouse with the old DB9 connector. And
Yep.
you open it up, it has all the designers of the Macintosh inside the case, all their signatures. Anyway, that was our first computer. I had friends that had Apple IIs and Ataris, and schools had Apple IIs, and I got to play with them all over the place. But we never had our own fucking computer. I had an Atari 2600 as close as we got.
Well,
And not even that many games. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 5 or 6 games. I had to go to friends' houses to play them or borrow them. So again, I appreciate what we had, but I was definitely not spoiled. But you think, oh, kid growing up in Silicon Valley, he's got everything. No, I had hardly anything. It's all right here. All that shit was right here. I didn't have anything. But I'm not bitter about it. It's just one of those weird things.
did
People from
you ever
outside
get
this
into
area-
models, building models and stuff like that?
I enjoyed the end result, but I didn't enjoy the glue and all the processing.
All that. Yeah.
So I had friends who
The-
did it, but I never did it.
Well, I got into it at some point, and I would say thing is like, I would I built them to build them, not to make them look pretty or whatever, you know. And also, but
Did you blow them up with firecrackers? That's fun.
yeah, oh yeah, of course. That was,
Yeah.
you know, that one. I made a comment in chat the other day somewhere about the one-way trip to Firecrackerville or something like that.
We did that with toys.
But-
We blow up toys and stuff.
But so, well, I was into the military models in particular, planes and not really boats as much, a couple of boats. But what I got into, because I had, so this is 1970. So, you know, the market wasn't like it got to be over the next several years. But
Yeah.
the Tamiya models were like new to the Canadian marketplace.
Mhm.
They were just starting to get, you know, imported or whatever. But one of my best friends, he was from Japan, Japanese heritage, and his grandmother was in Japan, and she would send him boxes of these Tamiya tanks and whatnot, and he had this. He like opened up his closet, and it'd be floor to ceiling of these boxes piled up from grandma. And so
Holy
you talk
shit.
about somebody having everything.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
he was like, they're great models. And this is before they really did the RC and radio, you know. They had
Yeah.
some that you put a little motor in and whatnot. Yeah,
So
but
you hang it from wires and stuff, those kind of things?
the tanks?
No, the planes and stuff.
Oh, the plane? No, because I'd blow them up.
Oh, yeah.
I-
But that was
yeah,
the
I-
idea. You
I-
would hang
I
up
did
in
that-
your
okay.
room. And,
Honestly, I did do that once for some models I had for a while, but I was inspired by a movie I'd seen where there was a scene where models were hanging. I was like, okay, I'll do that at all.
Yeah.
But I had just too much fun, you know, playing with them and cracking them, just smashing them, blowing them. I didn't blow up too much, but a little bit. But these Tamiya tank models were like incredible detail. They were good size, scale, and everything. And so I started getting into those. But I would never have the collection that Arthur had. Oh boy, I
wow.
don't know. He probably never even built half of them because it was just like too much.
Sure.
But
He's happy to have them, right? So,
yeah, he was like, "Stop, Grandma, stop! I don't want any more."
yeah. Well,
But-
my big thing was modeling clay. I used to sculpt a lot. So,
Oh, cool,
because
yeah.
plasticine clay is reusable as long as you warm it up in your hands or heat it up slightly in
Yep.
an oven or something like that so you can reuse it. Because, you know, in this climate, even though it's California, it does get pretty cold at times. So sometimes the clay would be rock hard. I couldn't use it. But that was cool, too, because it would also hold its shape once I made stuff. I didn't have to worry about things distorting. But I used to make, you know, figures and all kinds of weird sculptures and stuff. I never got to the point until I almost stopped playing with it where I could start to get proportions the way I wanted, like making skulls and stuff. Because once you start making it, you go, man, that's really hard to get those proportions right. It's very exacting. And so I started getting into, you know, special makeup effects, getting some books by Dick Smith and some other Tom Savini and stuff. And I go, oh, I could really use some of those skills now. I want to start doing some more sculpting to make masks and weird like scars and you know, stuff for Halloween. And I did that stuff for a while, but like I never got to the foam latex stage because you have to mix all these parts together, whip them up, and then bake them in your oven. And they tell you cannot use your normal oven at home. Your mom will kill you because the ammonia smell from the cooked latex will destroy your oven.
Right.
So the most I ever did was liquid latex and breadcrumbs and all kinds of weird zombie makeups and scarring techniques and stuff. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Wow.
And then after a while, the clay got to be too much, and it's kind of messy, and your hands get all oily and stuff. So then I got into 3D animation and sculpting on computer a lot, because virtual clay was a real thing. I was like, yeah, this stuff is so cool. You can make your own characters, and you know, I was going to do filmmaking and stuff in high school, but all my friends are all they're all deadbeats. You know, you could sit around talking about, oh, we just saw that Dawn of the Dead movie. We should make a movie like that with make our own zombies and get the army outfits and pretend to blow their heads up with firecrackers and styrofoam heads. And I literally started going out and buying all the raw materials. I had an army outfit I bought in a surplus store. I was looking to get a portable video camera of some kind because film was just kind of daunting until I took a film class later in college. And because the editing process and the sound and all that shit. So I was like, oh, we'll just do it on video. That's good enough. You know, that's where a lot of these other guys started. And nobody ever wanted to do it. Once it comes to committing your time. So then I took some film and video classes at the local junior college when I was in high school, just before I graduated. And I ran into this night class. So instead of Friday nights on those weeks, going out drinking with my friends, I hung out with a bunch of people like 20, 30 years older than me, doing like drama, camera work, editing, some makeup effects. I got to bring in some of my makeup effects for torture sequences and stuff. And that was
Time
a
well
blast.
spent.
It was a
Time
blast.
well
It was
spent.
way more fun than going out drinking with my friends, although those are fun. It was like living the dream I wanted to do, to at least pretend to make movies or video plays or something like that, and using all these skills with like when we were electrocuting the guy, like playing with the fader light so the lights dim, you know, and I put scars all over his face and blood and the glycerin to look like sweat. You know, you dab the glycerin on there so he's sweaty.
Sure.
And just all these little techniques that are really low key, low budget shit, not making animatronic heads and stuff, which is fun. But I got to at least do my part of it. And so and then computers got good enough. I'm like, well, I'll just make my own characters and make little animations. I don't need people.
Right.
You know? And that's why I got into that stuff a long time, and then eventually got into IT shit and all that. But yeah, so it's fun to go through all these different stages, and this thing morphs into this and becomes this other hobby,
That's
and
pretty
all
wild.
along the way you get to try weird shit out and have some fun and
Yep.
meet some cool people. And we actually, I think I put it up on my check back in the comments on this. I have a video channel I haven't used on YouTube for years, and I think I uploaded all my old De Anza College stuff. We did remember the Mark Harmon ads, the Coors ads, where he's pretending to be in the woods with the river and pretending to drink the water, the fresh
Okay.
water.
Yep. Sure.
Yeah, and he's in this little like parka and stuff. So one of the guys in our group I got to become friends with, and he and this other guy, yeah, they're like 2-3 times my age, but we have the same, you know, we're interested in all this like filmmaking stuff and editing and comedy and weird stuff. And so he goes, hey, let's go out and shoot that. Let's make a fake Mark Harmon ad. So we found a beautiful little river up here, up in Stevens Canyon. And they got the porta-pack and the tripod. It's proper 3/4 inch, you know, video shit. And, you know, we got the guy in this little thing, and they practice the lines. And they're like, well, we got to have another comedy element to it, because him just standing there is not funny, right? It's just a recreation. So I'm the hiker that comes out of nowhere upstream and ends up pissing in the river he's drinking from. So I wore my dad's big orange jacket and a big wig I had for some stuff. I started collecting wigs and other things to blow up for Dawn of the Dead, right? And so I'm like, oh, I'll put this crazy wig on so I look like a homeless guy. And I just go over and I kind of do this pose of squat. I even went to the trouble of getting the squirt bottle. So hopefully you could see and I didn't know at the time, in the movies, you have to add a dye because you can't see the water on camera. So
okay.
you don't see my stream.
Right.
But I thought you could see it because the sun would hit it. But no, it's like when they have to add stuff to raindrops to see it in
Right.
movies. You have to think about it. I didn't know that shit. I was a beginner.
See, what
So
you
we
should have
shot
done is just initially kind of show the zipper zip, and then, you know, like going.
I did
in
that. I
there,
did all the
and then
pantomime.
you just show the water hitting the water kind of thing. Zoom in.
I did all that. Well, they weren't doing it all in one take. Just
well.
like the ad. It's all one camera shot from the ad.
Come on now.
So, well, it's imitating
I get
the
it.
thing. But and a couple of the takes, I dropped the bottle by accident. You know, it's like this green Physoderm bottle. You know, and it's like you see me drop this green bottle. And I went, ah. But I did the whole motion like I'm squatting and act like I'm pissing, right? And the way I'm standing, and then I kind of scratch my head and kind of walk off camera. Right as he finishes his lines and does the drink of the water. So we shot that. We shot a bunch of other funny skits, and some of these people are horrible actors. It's like like nerds and housewives and stuff that just wanted to try acting. So they do this actors workshop class at night, Friday nights at the thing, and you get like, I don't know, 3 credits for it or something like that for the class. And I got the guy saw I was way interested in the tech, the camera work and the editing and the makeup stuff and the lighting. So I was learning all that kind of stuff, but he also gave me old episodes of Gunsmoke to edit on my own.
Ooh.
Showed me how to use the U-Matic 3/4 inch system and how to do I mean, like talk about non-linear editing. It was a form of non-linear editing. You set your cue points, and you hit go, and the tape just kind of does its thing, and it's all automated, even though there's no like screen to look at. It's all basically a control panel with knobs and sliders and stuff. But I got to learn how to use that, which is a blast.
Never
So
messed
that
with that stuff.
Oh, it was one of my favorite classes I ever took. Just so much fun. And then the next year I go, I saw this Super 8 class. I said, I always wanted to see how it is to make films. How hard it is to edit. I know it's a silent class because the whole sound thing is a whole other problem. So we did Super 8 stuff. And I made a horror movie, and I made an action shoot 'em up movie, and I made some other weird kind of thing.
Fun.
And my teacher said, this guy was cool, but in a way kind of a dick. He said, like not that I'm Tarantino, but I was kind of doing Tarantino kind of stuff, copying what I liked in movies.
Of course.
And he goes, I really like your stuff. Your editing is very clever, and you put a lot of thought into it and stuff, but your movies are too violent, so I'm giving you a B. I'm like, what? You bastard, right?
That's cold.
So imagine, someone who's doing better quality than I am, and the guy says that to, and the guy's fucking Tarantino, right? It's like, this is a problem with the system. Even at the school level, this is how Hollywood has always been. It's when it's convenient, they will allow certain things to be violent or sexy or whatever, but often they say, oh, it's too much. You got to give it an X rating or something like that. And so I got a little, even though it's school, I got a little taste of that. I was kind of pissed because I saw the other films the kids were doing, and they were
that's
shit.
frustrating.
Not that mine was genius, but I really did. I'm doing like rapid edits. I'm not cutting to music like George Romero did in some of his movies, but I'm at least, trying to make it flow and make it fun, and a splice block and all that tape, and it's a nightmare. I never wanted to touch film again after that.
Sure.
But I'm glad I went through it. It made me appreciate more when I got into Premiere and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing is when people say like, "Oh, I want to learn tape," and all, I'm like, no, you don't. Yeah, you should do it. You should do it a little bit so you know that you never ever want to do it again, and you appreciate any technology that makes all of that trivial.
Like I got good at splicing the videotapes that broke in the video store I worked at.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
I bought a splice block, and I said, hey, I'll just fix them. It looks like fun.
So.
But then I learned about all the stupid. Remember the custom screws they used to put in there so you wouldn't pirate the reels?
Oh yeah.
So you had 20 different kinds of stupid screws that people would buy for security screws sometimes. Luckily, we had the older tapes that were just Phillips, so I could take them apart really easily. But we actually had a few people do that shit. A movie comes back, it looks fine. If you put it in there, it's a blank tape. They opened it up and swapped the fucking reels.
Wow.
That was because videotapes back then were $80 to $100. They weren't
I guess.
these $20 movies. This is
Right.
this is 80, 85, 86. Someone will come back. Oh, I want to buy Spider Baby. You ever see that crazy movie
Right.
Spider Baby? He goes, all right, let me look it up. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yeah. That one's $110. What? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember those days.
Oh, it's crazy.
Because I what was it, 80? When I moved to Maryland and started getting my first paychecks, it's
Yeah.
my first VHS. That was high on my list.
Did you try beta though at all, or did you ever get
No,
into that?
no. It was
Because it really was a superior format. Unfortunately, it didn't make it.
I know. And the thing is, I realized that, but it was game over. And the same thing why on PC over Mac. Because in 1993, I'd walk into the computer stores, and there'd be 10 rows of PC software and 1 row of Mac.
Well, it
And
wasn't
it's
just that. Because think of all the music stuff. VSTs launched on PCs. All these
Well,
cool
this is
audio tools.
1993, so but yeah, different.
No, I know, but I mean, even later,
Yeah.
the Macs that left in the dust for a long time with audio
yeah.
stuff. It's crazy.
Well, it was a bumpy ride for both.
They were
hardware.
being dumb. They were saying, this is not a toy, this is a serious computer, this is not a game machine, this is not a whatever. It's like, you guys are idiots.
I was coming from serious computers during the day, but nothing I
mini
could
computers?
play on in that regard.
Yeah.
Plus, they weren't quite right for doing music per se or whatever. But you could, but
Yeah.
some of it. But it's still, yeah. But
What's the
over
oldest
time,
computer you played on?
Uh, you name it.
For PDP-1 or something like that, or
Well, no, not that old, but
Yeah.
let's see. I've got to say, I know we had PDP something and Vaxes because they had the purpley puce buttons,
yeah.
and the Vaxes in particular because we had different systems in the office, but I had something I was programming on the Vaxes, and that had these disk packs like.
Vax was always digital, right? It was a digital company.
Yeah, Digital Equipment Corporation.
Yeah.
They were originally PDPs, and then the next generation were the Vaxes, 11780s, and so on like that. So we had those, and they were building some special collection of computers that were all based on those as well. And but it's just they had these disk packs, and maybe it's not quite what your mom had, but they were about, say, 6 inches thick, a cylinder about 12 inches in diameter, kind of, spooky brown cover, and all these disc platters inside.
Is that what they call the disc pack? That's the actual
disc
name?
pack, yeah.
Yeah.
That's disc pack. And then they had this big handle you clutch in the middle. It looked like a giant curling pin.
Rotate it.
Right. And you'd open up this thing from the top lid would pull open, and I swear to God, now Hollywood would do this. I swear, not steam, but liquid nitrogen would pour out. Nothing that extreme, but you'd expect almost that level of, tech.
How many megabytes per platter was it?
I don't even remember.
But really small, right? I mean, not.
Yeah, of course. We're talking
a joke.
1980. Well, let's see. 85, 84, 85, and they'd already been in the lab for how long? So.
And how did they not get so dusty? Did they have track spacing so wide dust didn't matter, or did they really seal up well?
Oh, it was all sealed. Like when you put that lid on, you put them in this thing, and you twist the knob, and you take the cover off.
So
So
the arm's already inside.
Yeah,
the arm has to come
inside, You're putting in this array of platters, a stack of platters, but you take the plastic cover off, and then you close the lid. And it's like closing a refrigerator. I mean, it's sealed, and hit go or whatever, as I recall.
Does it kind of like blow something so it clears any?
I
It's
don't.
like a vacuum system.
That part I don't remember specifically.
I was wondering because every time you open the drawer, you think all this shit will get in there, but
No, I mean it's pretty sealed because it's when you're transporting it out, it's in this casing.
Yeah.
Effectively. And then when you put it in the disc, you just take it out. So it's a brief second that's exposed to any atmosphere, really, or anything like that.
right, okay.
And it's not like you're eating a bag of chips over them or something.
Yeah. Do you know how much those things cost back then? Do you know what they're?
Oh
what
God,
they're
no
worth?
clue. That was somebody else's job, writing those purchase
'Cause I
orders.
remember when I got my first SideQuest 44 cartridge. It was like,
Yep.
it was like $60 or something like that. And it was like 44 megs. It was like,
Oh yeah, we were. I think I told you there was for 1 year I was specking out and writing purchase orders for sort of the next generation of equipment we were putting in, including these NetApp file servers.
filers. Yeah.
Yeah, and I bought a terabyte total. One rack was half a terabyte and 2/4 terabyte racks of these NetApps, and that was $1 million total in purchase orders.
Wow.
About 3 years later, I buy this Intel storage station little box that effectively is the same thing, disks on the network, right?
Yeah.
60 gigabytes that I could stripe them as 30 gigabytes striped or just one what do you call it? A big array of disks. So 60 gigabytes, and that was $300. And I was like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. Now, of course, the NetApp has 99.999 percent uptime, and
Sure.
it's a crazy device, but it's an enterprise storage solution and costs
We had someone that worked
enterprise
at
dollars.
Nikon. Yeah, they were pretty
Yeah.
nice.
But that was fun, and just it's fun to be able to write a purchase order like that, and the boss had budget, and have it written off, and
The worst was the Microsoft Sure stores. Those are Store Simples. Those are fucking terrible. We almost had a catastrophe at work, at my company a couple years ago where the configuration of them wasn't done correctly, on top of the fact that they're not great anyway. And if we lost the cloud version of it, unless you had your key readily available, which somebody had misplaced, you ain't getting that data back ever.
Oh my God.
And it happened on 2 failing store simples. One in our Richmond office, is the northeast Bay kind of thing, and one was in Santa Clara, the headquarters of where I worked. And we're just like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. So the guy who was responsible for it, who left, as usual, exit interviews are always terrible. No one documents anything. So they don't bother to say, hey, where's all the keys for this, and where do you keep all the passwords for this, and all that kind of shit. And so we almost lost a whole site worth of data.
Wow.
It's like, and it was mostly the older stuff, but there was still enough new stuff. It would have been catastrophic because they were work in progress stuff. It was almost like I think 20 terabytes of data. I think that was almost gone. It doesn't sound like a lot, but this is the company that the company I worked at bought. That before they were bought, they did work on Voyager and Hubble Space Telescope and the recent James Webb Telescope. They did significant shit for those projects. In fact, they made the optics package that made Hubble usable. That's how significant this little company was that our company bought, laser company, we bought them. And this is some of their historic data as well as our new projects they're working on that almost got completely gone.
That's scary.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. So, this is, word to everyone out there watching, back up your shit, and redundant backups.
I had that.
I've done the same thing. I've done stupid shit where I've lost stuff.
Well,
I know better, but at least I tried most of the time to do it. So.
At home, I had a catastrophic disk crash a long time ago, and I lost a few of my compositions or whatever, but nothing serious. But at work, I took 6 months off when my first daughter was born, and when I left, they left my computer account and everything as is, and then at some point they call and say, hey, Paul, we really would like to archive off your account until you come back. Is that okay?
So they fucked it up, right?
Well, so as I say, I come back, I've got one of the cassette tapes, the data tapes, right? And load it up and, checksum error. So the first half of my career is on a tape with a checksum error. There we go.
Wow.
But it's sort of like, when I came back, I was doing new work anyway, and, it was stuff that the past is behind me. I don't care anymore. I just let it go.
So they backed up and never bothered to check it. They just were trusting it worked.
They didn't, right. So
stupid.
And or back up the backup or whatever. But the biggest loss, as I remember, was I had this collection of Sun Tools games that someone else at work had given me, and it was like this sweet collection of games that they, like when they moved from Sun Tools to Solaris, they never moved along or anything. This historic collection. And they were gone, and I was like, "Oh, damn!" And some other useful utilities. And
the other game I loved in college was X-Trek. You ever play X-Trek?
Yeah, I wasn't that big into it, but
it was fun. I mean, it was super boring graphics because it's like, F for Federation, R for Romulan, but it's animated like a real game, and there are beams coming out of your letters and dots to shoot and stuff. So it's an action game, but very, very basic graphics.
Right.
But it was fun. Occasionally someone would come in with like a god mode, and he had just like a Vorlon beam from Babylon 5 where he just wipe everybody out. Like, that's cheating. Yeah. But it was a fun game, even though it's super, super basic, boring graphics.
It
was
this
fun.
is the best game because you have to use your imagination.
It's like Atari, like Atari 2600.
Yeah,
basic, boring graphics, but man, they're addictive, fun games.
Absolutely. The games I play are comically boring compared to what all you guys do.
I don't play like I used to. I love games, but I literally gave them up because back in the days of like like Doom and Marathon and stuff like that, I would lose entire days in my room playing even just local campaigns, not even online.
Yeah, I can
Because
see
the
that.
immersive nature and they're fun and exploring and not just shooting things blindly, but actually doing adventure games and stuff. And it's
Right.
fun, but I just realized I'm not doing anything productive. So I started investing more of my time into music equipment and sound effects and sound design and more of my graphics stuff.
More
video
active
and,
activities. Yep.
something with output. So like
Right.
Photoshop and Painter and Premiere and opcode Vision and stuff like that. Some actual like products to make things and edit samples on Alchemy and things like that.
Yep.
And not doing that much great stuff with it or super productive, but it's more to show for it than just I just played for 8 hours and I feel tired.
Well, but you're a creative, and you can get into the games because that's almost like fuel to fuel your creativity.
Yeah, it's exploratory. It's a blast,
Yeah.
especially when they're well done. I can really appreciate. Like I love GTA series; they're great.
Yep.
And I try to see what I can break and how far did they take this. Am I gonna get stuck on a wall, or is the AI gonna figure out what I'm doing here, or are they just gonna be stupid? And sometimes they surprise you, like holy shit, pretty stunning.
Yep.
But they do take so much time, and if it was all I wanted to do, that's fine. But it's like the same could be said for the other side of the coin, where like if you're just a sound designer never making any music, it's fun, but it's kind of fun to make music, right? Just spend around time
Absolutely.
making presets and stuff. It's pretty
Right.
boring after a while if that's all you do is just make presets. I want to do something to an ensemble, like a collection of the sounds that you made, and make a thing.
Well, it's like different people have a different charge in that regard.
Oh, totally.
But
I'm not
the
knocking
preset-
anybody, of course.
There
but-
are preset makers who that is, without naming anybody, but I think it's like that is their passion.
Mhm.
And what we would say, like, okay, now use those presets and make a track or whatever. It's like, no, I just make the preset. That's
Yeah.
it.
And I'm glad to
throw
make
the
them because
food,
I
you
love those
cook it.
presets.
Yeah. So,
Like I bought Jamie Morden's presets. He makes great presets. For
oh
me.
my God, yeah.
Yeah.
That's so. If you catch my my show tomorrow, again,
Oh, you got some in there?
I've started cheating by putting together videos from our jam group.
Yeah.
And last Sunday I jammed on my Peak, and I just love the Peak. It's a great jam thing, and I've got it loaded up with his patches. So there's just like I'm always finding some patch that
Nice.
works with what we're doing, and just like twiddle a filter knob or a few little parameters, and it goes wild and great and stuff. Yeah, he does make some good patches.
So sadly, I bought a lot of his patches because I like them, but I have not used any of them yet in anything. I just enjoyed listening to him and tweaking them, but I keep forgetting to go back and actually use them. Like I bought them, I try them all out, I go, oh, these are so great.
Yeah.
And then I get onto something else and I go, oh, where are those presets at?
So my problem is I only have 2 synths that he's done patches for, the Sledge and the Peak, because he's
Yeah.
done. He talked about he did his first one was the JX3P, and it's like my JX3P is Kiwi. Sorry,
Yeah, I have.
So I can't
What
use
did I
his
get
patches.
I got Sledge. I got. I think he's like 4, maybe 5 synths total. I don't have any of the sequential stuff that he did. And some of the more recent crazy stuff. Oh, I think I got some of his Matrix Brute patches. Okay, Matrix Brute in there.
Yeah.
And a couple other things. But yeah, I don't have many
Well,
of what he did.
Well, I'll
Very
just say
specific
that
on what he did.
if you ever get around to doing it, you won't be disappointed. I have
No,
got.
I definitely, I enjoy it. In fact, I
the
got,
thing is-
there's that one series on, they often advertise on Facebook that it's kind of its dumb name, but it's a series of like high quality patches for all synths. And they'll do like Virus TI, and they'll do, Nord Lead, they'll do all kinds of stuff, right? And God, I forgot that. I have to look that up and get back to you on that because I bought them, but I don't remember where they are or where I put them. That's so many hard drives and stuff. I don't know where shit is anymore.
Yeah.
But I was so happy when I found them because they really brought life into stuff that I was kind of getting bored with some of the presets. Because again, I don't spend a lot of time tweaking. I tweak live as I play the preset
Right.
to make it a little bit more my own, or just some performance feature or something like that. But I rarely have made totally from scratch presets, other than on a sampler with samples I recorded and tweaked and layered and stuff. That's the most time I put into any kind of presets. But because I like those editors a lot. Like, do you ever use Sound Tower editors? Do you use
Sound
those a lot?
Tower. No.
They make stuff going all the way back to like old Kurzweil stuff and Waldorf, to Dave Smith stuff, to
Are these PC or Mac?
both, and even iOS. I have some iPad ones for the Evolver and the
Sound
Toucher,
Tower.
which are amazing.
Ah.
And so they partnered with Dave Smith for some of their editors as well, and so you have it on iOS, Mac, PC, whatever you want.
Yeah.
And what's so cool about them is not only really elaborate and much easier to use than something like name any of those commercial like multi-editors. I can't really think of that off the top of my head right now. But
What's left?
well, yeah, most of them are old. They still work, but they're really old.
What's the?
But-
There's. I guess is there one big one? I forget what they're called off the top of my head, but
Yeah, like one was owned by the guys who made the program Apple Logic. The guys who made Logic,
yeah, Sound Diver.
Sound Diver. So that was a really good one for a while.
Yeah, that was it. It's like, how come
But there's
nobody
like-
ever took the mantle and went with it?
There are a few other ones that are pretty good, and there's also like Controller, CTRLR,
Yep.
and a few other ones out there that are kind of weird open source things. But Sound Tower is great because you get them on sale. They're not that expensive, but you get them on sale, it's even better. And they not only give you like a shitload of stuff to edit in just a few pages, but they were the first program I ever used patch genetics on. And patch genetics is not a smart random. It is a very clever way where you can, and it depends on the editor, sometimes they make them more elaborate than others, but they go, and you can usually use a series of checkboxes, like I want to randomize or tweak in some global way only the modulation stuff, or only the filter, or only the whatever, right? Or all of them. Roll the dice. But what's cool is once you start iterating these generated patches, it fills like a whole bank on the software. So like on the Core Go and W, which I love it because it's a great rompler, but I've got sounds on there that I've never heard anywhere else because the way this thing can edit the presets, it's nuts. You fill the whole bank. So like, I think it's like 128 per bank or something like that. You go through real quickly, crap. Oh, it's okay, crap, really good, boom. Highlight the ones you like, reiterate the patch genetics on those ones you liked. And it starts taking you down different avenues using these genetics.
Yeah. This sounds
to
like
make stuff.
Edison.
It's Edison has some of that stuff, but this is the best implementation I've ever seen on the Sound Tower stuff.
And this is so I just looked up. Yeah, I remember looking at Sound Tower now. That the site's familiar and all. I have.
They only have so many synths, so it's not.
I don't
for
have any of
everyone,
them. I'd never
Really?
had.
Nothing?
It's like, oh, okay, yeah.
Well, it's worth getting one to try it out. Because I've made some, like I said, most of the Core Go and W stuff is mostly bread and butter with some kind of fun, fanciful sci-fi horror presets and movie sounds and stuff like that. But most of them are pretty basic sounds. I'm not really that elaborate. I got some wicked stuff out of there that I just couldn't think of doing any other way because it's instead of the careful approach of tuning all these little things by ear over time, one patch at a time. It's doing bigger changes, but in a smarter way.
Yeah.
And then you're driving it down these paths. So it really doesn't take as long as it sounds like it does. And you're getting shit you will never get any other way. And some of it's crap, and some of it's amazing. And if you asked me to recreate it, I couldn't do it because the software did it. So.
There you go.
But so I love that's a feature of those kind of things I like a lot.
That's cool.
The editing
Yeah,
is nice, but smart preset generation with parameters that you enjoy, with a little bit of randomness and other kind of spice in there. really ups the game, I think. And you don't have
Yeah.
to be a Drew Schlesinger. You know, you can be a Joe Blow and still make some pretty fun patches. You know.
Well, something like I got into Edison several months back for a while, and playing with because I've got my Matrix 1000 and my friend Pete has loaned me his, so a pair of them under Edison controls is so much fun. But it's like I'm not going to sit here all day long and just generate patches. I don't work that way.
Yeah, exactly.
And
You want some output.
And the thing is, back in the day when I was getting into all of this, and all night long, late at night, I'm on the internet researching and learning, and I have my gear. I never just sat there and just played my gear and mastered it or anything. You nibble. I would just nibble at it. You get a piece of gear, you play it a little bit, and then you're on to the next thing, and you're just never consciously thinking about, okay, now I'm going to be producing and actually thinking about producing. And even when I put my studio together in the basement, I never really had the synth set up to work, or nothing was super hardwired in and working and developing a workflow. And it wasn't until the last few years rather, that I've gotten to there where I'm now just a producer, I feel, and I produce and I nibble and experiment a bit, and I'm mostly just, if I'm making music, it's gonna probably end up in a production pretty quickly. So, and that's, I guess it's just having the setup. So like the noodles quickly become a production. And
Yeah,
you've got
exactly.
it there with your hardware jam rig, except you got to flip a camera on is the last step or whatever, right?
Yeah, because with that's why I keep using that rig so much. I can't for this current one. If you saw the earlier show we were talking about,
I missed, yeah.
the new challenge this week is 7 chords.
7 cables. Yeah, I was making some.
Yeah, so like audio, MIDI, or CV gate. And it's like, well, you don't really have to follow the directions that closely, but if you want to really challenge yourself, you do. So obviously I can't do anything with 7 chords on the Machina Plus because
right,
it just be output chords and some MIDI. It's boring, right? You got to have actually doing some stuff, routing some things. So I'll go back to hooking some stuff together. But then if I want to hook together a modular setup, 7 chords with audio path, CV gate, or MIDI is not very elaborate. It's kind of a boring patch. Because when I do modular, and obviously you're doing it with your CV rack, it's like dozens and dozens of cables just for a pretty basic thing. So 7 is very, very stringent and almost a little too annoying. So I wouldn't do a modular one for this one. If they made it like 12 or 15, yeah, I'd probably try.
What about a
modular.
semi-modular?
You could, but a semi-modular is going to get me one sequence. It'd be pretty boring. So, because most of the stuff I do is partly sequence, partly live, because I'm only one person with so many hands. On my Access Virus, I could basically wire in 2 controllers, so I max out I get the 4 channels of the Beat Step or KeyStep Pro, and then I have one other channel for a live part if I need more channels, because 4 often gets used by rhythm and the bass and a blah blah arp and whatever. So, and because I have 16 parts on the Virus, I could use that one module and get all my sounds done and just need stuff to control it with, hooked with a MIDI merge thing or whatever. So, because unfortunately the Virus doesn't have a lot of MIDI ins and outs. It's one thing they don't do right. But it's okay. So that's what merge boxes are for, merges and splitters. So, which I've used a lot in my earlier hardware jams before I got into the Machina Plus a lot. So I certainly can hook up Volcas or do whatever to meet the requirement of the 7 cables thing. But I'm trying to come up with another thing I haven't done before at the same time as following the. So I don't know
Well, how
what I'm
about
gonna do yet.
how about this? How about your 7 cables are 7 MIDI cables from some controller to a mono synth. So you basically have a 7-channel mix, but each channel is just one cable is controlling it.
The problem though is I only get one voice on a mono synth.
Yeah, but you have 7 of them. So you could have, a lead voice, a bass voice, a kick voice, a snare. I mean, that's how it works a lot of times.
I could. I just. I don't know. I haven't given it as much thought as I want to yet. So I still have time. I'll work on it.
I
probably on Sunday, like I usually do.
I feel a MIDI into a mono synth is a way forward, and then it's just what are your sequencers, or you're gonna have some other controller or something like that.
And so I have to be careful with the configuration I choose. A lot of mono synths don't have effects, so I don't want to make it totally dry and boring either.
Well, what do you have a mixer?
Yeah, I mean, I have everything I need. I just need to figure out a configuration that will work and also keep me interested. Because just having the challenge isn't enough. There have been, of the basically 2 years I've been doing this, since, more than 2 years actually. In November it'll be 3 years. I pretty much did every single one except for maybe 5. And one was because I was sick.
Yeah.
2 or 3 because I didn't like the challenge. I was kind of boring, or the sample pack sucked or whatever. Stuff like that. I just wasn't into it. But for the most part, I've contributed in almost all of them, and it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But I also want to keep it interesting. So there are a lot of ways, just like anything else, a lot of ways to skin a cat. And I could make something really quick to meet the requirement, but I also want to make something that keeps me interested and is fun.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna have to sit down with a bunch of my stuff on a table and just kind of mentally figure out, okay, this is what I want to use.
Like you don't have to count. You have you say, okay, I'm not going to count audio cables or whatever. Or,
Well, you have to.
oh, you have to count audio
Not
as well
not
as
outputs, but everything else.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like MIDI and modulation.
But like audio going to an effects box would count.
Okay.
And
All right,
I mean,
so
according to the rules. So that's why I have to worry about that, because some of the stuff I would like to use often, I do have to amend it with effects.
Right. So you just
So-
cut down the number of monosynths for an effect route. Effect sound.
And the other problem is I can't even use my virus sound because when I move stuff around, I've lost the fucking power supply. So now I have to go buy another power supply.
Oh no.
It's so annoying. I mean, it's only probably be $25 or something like that, but I got to remember to do it. I keep forgetting to buy it. So right now I
You
can't use it.
gotta have your power.
Yeah, and also I have another, for my astronomy stuff, I have a couple of these batteries that power the clock drive as well as laptops. And I misplaced the power supply for one of those chargers. I'm like, God damn it. So I got to get my label maker out. I got to remember to label everything.
Yep.
And put them in little, purpose-built bags, basically. Either laptop bags or mini backpacks or something like that, and keep all my shit together so I don't lose them. Because when you have so many power supplies and wires and other shit like I do,
Yep.
if they're not labeled, or if you just briefly put them down somewhere and go do something else, you won't find it for a long time. You just go like, where the hell did I put that thing? It just drives
Exactly.
you nuts. So,
Well,
I need to be better about keeping stuff together in a kit.
I could only think of one piece of gear that sort of got its power. I knew it had a power supply and it's orphaned, but I found, a parallel one to work with it, and I don't use it that much.
Yeah.
But
Well, some power supplies are universal. If I could multi-switch them, like the Radio Shack ones.
yeah,
But some of these stupid devices have
those.
custom power supplies. I mean, modular is the ultimate example because it's like this weird ass
yep.
power supply. But also like laptop style power supplies, like the Kite Force is basically a laptop. So it has a 19.6 volt laptop power supply.
Okay, yeah,
And so you can't just put any old power supply in there.
right.
It's got to match it all up. So I'm very careful of keeping that shit together. And the Machina Plus, I keep that together. And other things I'm very careful about keeping together. But sometimes things, when I move them around or put them away for a while, I go, where did I put the power supply? And I'm sure I'll find it one of these days. But if I want to use it anytime soon, I have to buy a replacement just so I can keep using it.
Well, the one that got me the other day was because my kid had COVID here the past few weeks, so we didn't have our jams at my place as we've been having. We met at our our former meeting place. So I had to bring my gear with me and everything, and that's fine. But I brought my key step and a key step 37, and I run them off of power banks.
Yeah.
And then I had the Peak, and I also brought my iPad set up so that I could the M4, and I had sort of like two parallel systems I could run. Start to hook up the key step, and the power bank won't turn it on. I'm like, what the hell? And because I'm coming in the 12 volt jack. And
You
so
don't
like,
have the My Volts thing, or is it a 12 volt power bank?
No, it's a 12 volt power bank.
Okay. Because I use the regular ones with My Volts. It's amazing.
I know they're good, too. But
I have
these
one
work fine.
battery
Yeah.
powering Digitac and Digitone
Yeah.
off of one battery and 2 My Volts. It's really cool.
Yep. And the banks are great, but
Yeah.
but so I just didn't mess with it. Okay, and I pulled out my key step, and the key step worked fine, and I just used that anyway, and that's it. But I came home and started like, okay, is this 37 broken or what? I got to diagnose it. And it turned out that I can't come in through the 12 volt pin. I got to come in through USB.
Right.
So I tried it to the power bank because that also had a USB jack, and I went, worked perfect. And I hooked it up, so the computer USB worked perfect. Like, damn, if I.
So your
it's like,
power
I gotta
bank doesn't
remember,
have a barrel
Step
connector?
37 needs. It didn't like the barrel. It's got a barrel. It didn't come with a barrel, right? So you have to supply your own.
Was it the not enough amperes? Or
Oh
polarity?
no, it's fine because it worked fine for the key step.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I
Weird.
swear I've used it in the past, but
Yeah.
whatever. But it's just like, okay, so I got to remember the 37. You got to use the USB for power.
Yeah.
The key step was okay, and I was like, man. But
Yeah, that sucks. My
that's
favorite
it.
is I buy these, like one of the ones I use for my telescope is this company, Christonia. They sell through Amazon a lot. And it's basically a battery inverter in one. And you get like, what's it, something like 50K milliamp hours.
Oof.
So it's it's not bad. It's like a book. It's not too big, but it's chunky because it's got a lot of power in it. And it's a proper inverter, so it has a AC adapter on it, an AC
Jeez.
port.
Sweet.
And you can fucking put a laptop in there or a power strip and power a bunch of stuff as long as the power adds up. And they're awesome. And you have a nice big bright display with the percentage as you're using it, so you know how much time you have left. And they're like $150, $200, but man, are they worth it because
Yeah, well,
they're chunky and they really let you power anything because if you have a power supply already, you just need the AC outlet. It's really handy. I used to make all this shit by hand back in the 80s when you couldn't buy portable inverters and stuff. They're only in RVs and stuff. Or you had to buy a generator, right? But I was making stuff from battery packs, just coming up with wiring schemes and doing the math on the batteries to add up the right amount of volts and amps. And it was great. It was very cool to kind of experiment, learn all this stuff long before they made these put in your pocket
yeah,
power banks.
that's cool. I was pretty clueless on all of that until I got a boat, and then I had to really learn some electronics.
Definitely, yeah. I
12
tinkered-
volt,
I was not,
20 volt.
that was another hobby I had in high school, was tinkering with the electronics magazines from the stores. Like I built my first theremin from a magazine. It was shit, but it worked. I built a bunch of weird stuff. I even got Craig Anderton's book, Electronic Projects for Musicians,
Oh yeah.
and it came with that flexi disc with all the demos, so you have the audio. And you go, oh, that sounds pretty cool. I want to make that. You make it. You go, mine sounds like shit. It's like.
See, the thing is, I was a mathematician, not an engineer, so I always wanted to do that stuff, but I knew I had no talent or ability or tools or training, etc.
Mine was pretty sloppy, but I got it to work at least. It just didn't really look pretty or look like something you would ever sell. Although the most valuable thing I got out of his book was so simple. I could have thought of it if I just put more time into it, but his book is really clever. You buy a horn tweeter from Radio Shack. You plug it into a 40-watt guitar amp or higher. You plug basically a plastic tubing into the horn tweeter, and you can either glue it in there or tape around it, or so it doesn't pop out, because it's very loud if it pops out. And then you downstage that with smaller bits of tubing to fit in your mouth, and you have a talk box.
Huh.
So I built a talk box using my
Okay.
friend's guitar amps. I had to buy a amp. I built a talk box for about $15 when I was in high school. And years later, I bought the proper Rocktron Banshee, which is killer because it's all, nice, easy tubing, proper jacks, knobs, all that kind of shit. It's very easy to use, and you don't need an amp. Amp circuit's built into the box. So, so that's definitely the way to go. But in a pinch, I built one out of that book that was really, really cool. So,
Fun. Yeah.
but you got to be careful because you could. I don't know how harsh it is on certain dental work, but you feel it rattle your teeth in your mouth.
Oh, really?
There's a lot of sound coming in your mouth from that tube. but
That's not a,
but
okay.
you got to get it out there so the mic can pick it up.
Right.
Because I always wondered how they did that. I was like, oh, that's how Peter Frampton did that, and that's how these guys all did that shit. It wasn't a vocoder, and it wasn't,
Nope.
electrolarynx, which I got one of those later too. You try one of those?
Oh, yeah. Nope.
Those
That
are
was,
trip.
that was, I'd say that was hot for a New York minute, but it was a little longer than that. So,
Yeah.
but it was kind of like, it was one of those effects that got quickly overused and,
Well, the one
after-
before that was
it
the
was
one
Joe
they used for
Walsh
the-
and Peter Frampton, the two main that I think of, but
Well, then Bon Jovi tried to bring it back. And,
did they? Oh, okay.
Living on a Prayer has that. I think it's Living on a Prayer, one of those stupid songs, isn't it? But the electrolarynx is even crazier because it's designed for people who don't have a fucking larynx anymore, right?
Right.
So it basically resonates a buzzy tone through your what's left of your larynx, through your cavity, and your lips form the shapes just like any other sound.
Right.
But you really have to make it buzz super buzzy so it makes a loud enough tone. And you got to find the sweet spot in your cartilage. Everyone's got a different sweet spot. So I found someone who was selling one on Craigslist many years ago. And it's for someone who wants, but they didn't say I had to be a medical patient and need it. They were just selling it, right? So I got it. It turns out it was hell of a lot cheaper. I mean, if you buy a real electrolarynx because of insurance and stuff, they're like $800 or something.
Oh,
like
yeah.
$1,000.
Imagine.
I bought this thing for like $100. And this is the really nice one that you can even put in a hands-free frame around your neck. And when you use chin inflection, it pushes on this button which varies the speed, which varies the pitch. So you can do this fake pitched speech with the electrolarynx, which is very realistic when you practice it. It's like, instead of like, I want to do this thing,
Right,
And so it's a really cool device. I've only used it a couple times. It's not that fun to use because it's really hard to find the sweet spot. But long before that, they had these speakers that wrapped around your throat. That's how they did that talking train animation from the 50s or whatever it was. It's this famous black and white animation of a train talking as it has to go uphill. Almost like I think I can kind of thing. And it had train sounds with speech. It was the weirdest thing at the time. But how the hell did they do that shit? And as the woman who was doing it had to wear this wraparound speaker on her neck. And it just had to blast the audio to go through her skin into her cavity, and then her mouth had to mouth the words. I don't know what you call that thing. I think it's just a speaker, but there's all these weird ways to attack a problem.
And clearly the first solution is not always the best.
Yeah, it's
Back
it's
to
kinda
the
weird.
drawing board.
Basically, yeah. But vocoders are a lot of fun. I mean, this is one of the smallest ones you can buy that's really good. It's the Metabox by Alesis. It's part of their the Perform Effects series that kind of hooked together with these little DB9 connectors.
Okay.
So you save cables that way by just go and stack them. Right?
Okay. Well, there we go.
But like all Alesis shit, 9-volt AC. AC AC adapters, which is very annoying. But this is a very capable little vocoder. The carrier and the modulator is all ready to go. You're the
Can you use your Fismo power brick? That's 9-volt
is that
AC.
one? Is that also 9-volt AC? Yeah.
Yep.
Almost all their stuff was. Not everything though, but almost everything. Even the
Really?
Quadrasynth, not Quadrasynth, the Quadraverb, but it has that weird like 3-prong connector. It looks almost like a MIDI connector. It's not XLR. It's like this curved 3-prong audio cable. Power cable.
Does it have
So
a
it's
twist
like-
lock or something? Or?
No, it's just like it's like DIN 3. It's not DIN 5. It's DIN 3, and it's power. It's like what the fuck? What is this? But it's also 9 volts AC.
Huh.
They love that shit, which makes it hard to make it portable. So you've seen my videos I've done on the AirFX and AirSynth. The little,
I don't think so. Well,
the
you
little
use them in a
globe
jam,
thing.
like-
It's like a theremin. It's like a little theremin thing, but with your hand, and it uses a 3D LED system.
Okay.
So you basically roll your hand over it, and it does this direction and all these other actions. It's called the AXYZ controller. It's at least its proprietary thing. And anyway, it's a really cool little thing. They have effects as well as a synth module. But the problem is, it's also 9-volt AC. But they're very portable. So if you want to actually take it out somewhere, I had to basically put together a portable inverter and a battery system back when I first got it, so I could make it portable, take it anywhere, because it's goddamn AC power.
Yep.
Anyway, so that there are workarounds for all that shit, but Elisa's loved that stuff. It's, one of the,
Never
one of
messed
their
with
many-
it.
One of the many dumb decisions is the 9-volt AC bullshit.
Hey, it saved them 37 cents, so what the hell?
Yeah, but it's also lazy, right? We're just gonna use the same circuit on all of our stuff. It's like, well, everyone else is using DC. What is your problem? You know, especially on mobile gear. I mean, imagine
Absolutely.
making something this big that runs on AC power. That's stupid, right?
Well, my
Pretty weird.
Behringer V amps, I know they do too, and they have these big bricks you got to lug around.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate. I mean,
Uh,
I had workarounds like on my old HPD 15 Roland drum thing, the Hand Sonic. It didn't have battery pack. It's DC, but there were no DC battery packs back then that were just plug and play like that.
Yeah.
So I had to rig up a 12-volt security lead acid battery with some custom wiring on it to plug into my Hand Sonic. And I just put that in this little drum bag with all my gear, and it was a whole portable system. I could set up a Hand Sonic anywhere and just play. But I'm carrying around this little lead acid battery.
Yep.
Kind of annoying. So extra weight that we don't want to carry. So it's fun to come up with solutions for all these things. But these manufacturers just, I don't know, they just, they want to minimize work and cut corners and costs and stuff. But sometimes it's just really dumb reasons. It's like they're clearly not users. They're just creators.
So true.
Because you would think they would come up with a better way to do stuff if they actually gave a shit about it. But yeah, what are you gonna do? What you gonna do? But yeah, it's lots of stuff to complain about, but not too much.
Yeah.
There are always workarounds, and you can always fix a stupid problem if you have to.
Hopefully. Well, if you know like electronics and stuff, you can do stuff like that. That thing is.
I wish I knew it more. Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, there's always that. But I wish I knew and had the ability to do. That was one of the things when I retired. I wanted to learn electronics and do exactly all of that stuff, be a maker and stuff. But oh well, was not meant to be.
I put various times I did some Arduino stuff for a little bit. I did some iOS app making stuff for a while. I dabbled in a little bit of stuff like that, just because
Yeah.
it's interesting. But it took so much time, and to get it to the level that I would be happy with, especially to something I would be proud to show somebody. It just wasn't. I didn't want to put all that time into it. It reminded me of the video game thing where I was just putting too much time into something that I could be doing something else and maybe be more productive.
I'm the same. I got a little collection of Arduino parts here that was for a project that, so like I understood all the pieces of it and everything. So I'll just put it together and write the code and all. I was like, okay, and then it just never happened.
Yeah.
So
Or there's always the thing too, where you think you did a careful job, you load the code up, and it doesn't do either anything or what you thought it was going to do. So I have a friend who's a former IBM engineer. He retired 10 years ago, maybe more. And ever since then, he's been, he's in my astronomy club. He builds custom mounts for stuff and custom electronics for his van, and all kinds of stuff with Pis, Arduinos, everything. And I said, I built this little thing. It's supposed to be like a little drum kit thing, where I can add external triggers and play it with anything, even with light beams and stuff, just to have some fun with it, right? And my soldering's not great, but it looks like at least the joints are clean enough, and I didn't bridge anything, and I didn't make a big mess. And I loaded the code. It looked like it were loaded okay without any errors, and it doesn't do anything. Can you just look at my thing? Because you're an expert in this shit. Yeah, no problem. He said, I fixed a couple of your solder joints because they're all pretty good, but I did double check a couple and they're all good. And the code loaded fine. It should be fine. I don't know how to use it, so here you go. I said, all right, cool. I still couldn't get it to work, so I don't know what the hell was wrong with this thing. Because it's a plug-and-play kind of thing. Either you buy it pre-assembled or you build it and you load the code and you're done. Like, you hook the sensors up and you just go to town. You can get it to register anything. It lights up, it says it's working, but I couldn't. It's like, that kind of shit really annoys me, because this is a hobbyist level thing, not a difficult thing. And everything told me, even a guy who knows electronics really well, that it was ready to go, yet it was not working. And so
Not there.
that's one of the reasons I stopped doing that Craig Anderton book.
yeah,
Because I was going to build a modular synth at one point, because a Eurorack wasn't a thing. I wasn't going to buy any kind of Moog stuff because it's too fucking expensive and too big and stuff. And so what are my choices? You have Paya, or you have something out of a book. That's a pretty cool book. This one's
MOTM.
Well, that was later.
Later.
This is when I was in college.
Okay.
So I'm I found this book by this guy, Thomas Henry. I still have it. It's a really nice little book. And he literally shows you how to make every module of a proper modular system that Depper would make, or Roland would make, or Moog. But it's not Eurorack, because that didn't exist back then. This is pretty much 5U or 4U or whatever it is. But it looked straightforward enough, as long as I could put the time into all the soldering and buy all the components, that I could probably do this. Even though I don't really like doing this stuff that much, the end result would be this cool modular synth. And I just, after reading it for a while and realizing, there's parts, and if I have to keep breaking stuff, I got to keep reordering stuff. And then the other thing at the time that was funny too, because I was still early in synths, I read through it, and because I didn't know about, I love switched on Bach, but I never read about how it was produced until years later. And I go, oh shit, this is monophonic. I don't want to pull this work into something that's fucking monophonic. I want to play chords, not knowing that's how it all was until more recent times, except for something that's duophonic, like a Odyssey or something. But I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy. And then obviously years later I got into mono synths, and I got it. It made sense, and that's how it's supposed to be stuff. But that one thing really turned me off. Not just all the work, but I'm like, oh, this thing is only fucking monophonic. Why would I build a wall of stuff that's monophonic? Right?
Yeah.
Just not knowing the history of it and stuff. But now it's just like, hey, I embrace monophonic as much as anything else. It's great.
Tell me
But I
that.
do like
I'd
heavy
been the
chords
same
and-
way. That's it. It's like, wait, it's monophonic. I thought, it's
Yeah.
supposed to have 128 voices and
Well, that's the
much
when
polyphony and all. Yeah.
When you see those old clips of Switched on Bach, and,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh yeah.
playing in the studio, like you can't see how they're making it. You're like, oh, there's a whole wall full of stuff. It looks like they're playing chords, but they're not, you know. And then you get so much more appreciation for how that was done when you realize it was all monophonic. Because
So they didn't
every
actually patch it
pass-
polyphonically.
maybe some parts, but as far as I understand, every fucking thing on most of those tracks was monophonic. Meaning, you had to fill in the gaps and play in time the notes that are all missing to get the polyphony,
Exactly.
which is crazy. Most people can't even do that right the first time. But to sit back and play it back and put the notes in where they're supposed to be because they're missing,
Depends on what your
On-
click track is.
it's true. But also you just got to have that skill.
Yeah.
So, luckily, the skill was there. It wasn't just a meticulous engineering feat. It was also, a talented player.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so, but man, that gave me more respect than ever for that whole process because what a nightmare that would have been. I've had trouble just doing punch-ins on DAWs and stuff. Like, oh, I got to fix a couple notes. Oh, fucked it up again. Do it again. Oh, I fucked up again. And only rarely have I done it on the Machina Plus because it's a DAW in a box, and
Yeah.
I have more fun just redoing it. For the punch-in and fixing notes is a nightmare. So I just scrub it. I'll kill that track. fire it
Punching's
up
an art.
again, and just play.
And I don't know how I haven't needed to do it in a zillion years. Paris was actually pretty good for punch-in, and like was known for that, at the time. But I
But it
presume
can't
all
fix it,
software
right?
is
I mean,
pretty
you
good,
still have
but-
to nail it. Don't you still have to? It's not.
Well, you could
It's
do
not-
auto
it's not- Is
you
it
basically-
quantizing?
punching in.
Yeah.
You could set up an auto turn on, turn off kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it also had Paris had a comp mode, so you could say like, okay, play from here to here, but only turn on recording from here to here and loop. So you could just keep doing it over and over, and then find the one track you like.
So those racks, did they have a monitor hooked up, or how did they? I've never seen the whole system.
So it was a combination of these monster long ISA cards.
Oh, so it was a real computer.
Yeah, it goes into your
Okay.
computer.
So it's
And-
not like that Darwin system that they also made.
Darwin was Emu.
But it's the same idea, or is it?
I
different?
think they were all pretty comparable back then. So
Okay.
you had an I/O cage, you had a control surface, and you had your computer card. Those are called the EDS 1000s, and EDS had 4 of the. What was it? Was it EPS or ESP? I forget whatever the EPS I think it was.
the sampler.
No, the DSP
Oh.
chip.
Oh, okay.
Was it ESP2 or whatever? I forget. I think
Yeah.
that's it. But whatever the Ensoniq DSP had 4 of them. So you had basically a DP4 on each chip, on each
wow.
card, and each card could handle a 16-channel submix.
Jesus.
And then you could put multiple cards in, and you
That
had
was
to get these
powerful.
little connector cables, where you could build, like multiples of 16 up to 128 channels.
So it's
And the
PC
I/O
only. You couldn't do
cages
Mac.
would put
There's
in-
no Mac version.
Yes, so it was Mac and PC.
Well, it was ISA cards. How did they do a Mac version? New bus?
And did it? No, I'm sorry, not ISA. PCI bus.
PCI. Okay.
Yeah, but they're original PCI, and they're the 5-volt.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
So this
But,
is late '90s.
Yeah, so I'm going to say development was 96, 97, 98, marketed in 98, 99, and Sonic starts to go fizzle bye-bye.
Yeah.
And I come into the game in 2001 and get on the user forums, and it's sort of like we're in this massive limbo. What's happening, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So anything Emu Paris is old blackface and Sonic Paris repainted blue.
Okay.
Emu had nothing to do other than marketing it.
Right.
Right. And but I met the guys who wrote the software for it here because they're here in Owings Mills, Maryland, and it was a guy Stephen St. Croix who was he had a column in Mix magazine, and was Stephen Marshall who gave us the Marshall Time Machine originally.
Wasn't in Sonic in Massachusetts?
No, Malvern, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. So, but the software for Paris was written in Maryland here. And it was a guy, Edmund Pirali and Stephen St. Croix, the two software guys. And basically, Edmund was the coder, and then Stephen was, just a guru. If you knew Stephen, I'm lucky to get to meet him and all before he died. Because he died about a year after I met him, I think it was, or so. It was like, had cancer and all stuff like that. Fascinating character. And if you ever read up about him, you'll laugh. What a character. But, they wrote this incredible software, but they were in limbo because it was bundled under IP, and all this stuff going on with the corporations. And we were like, hey, Emu, hey, creative, turn it over to the user community. We'll support it. We'll keep it alive.
Sure.
And at some point, they managed to pry some of it out. So there's a collection of effects that were out there. And I know Chuck Duffy got the code for a lot of stuff. But there's a guy in Canada who's been able to maintain the drivers. And he's written ASIO drivers for the hardware, so you can use their hardware in other DAWs, and then the drivers so you can actually use a full Paris system if you can get all the parts running.
Wow.
So, but it was a very cool DAW in the time, and to me it was coming out of 4-track tape. It was like working on tape. You had only mono channels, like on tape, and it basically stopped developing in 2001 or whatever, I think. Whenever it had their last bit of, hey, Steven's here, their last bit of development, they came out with version 3.0 or whatever. Their last contractual obligation. That's it.
Oh, right.
But, so it was a great system at the time, and its only competitor was Pro Tools, which didn't sound anywhere near as good.
Well, yeah, anything with DP4 or 4 Plus in it is pretty awesome. So.
Yeah, before you got to HD in Pro Tools, large mixes were not a good thing. Whereas Paris, we had our one super user in Paris was a guy in Nashville who he said, "Yeah, I'm regularly doing like 110, 120 channel mixes, no problem." And
Wow.
so it's something about the code of saturation. It didn't clip. It just saturate. And he's like, how does this stuff do this? We don't know. We tried to figure out the secret sauce, but
I mean, judging from the quality of all their synths and samplers, I'm not surprised. I love Sonic stuff. So.
and I wish I could point you to like a whole body of work that's like, yeah, this was recorded in Paris and this and all.
Are there good videos online of it in action showing how it works? And stuff?
Yeah, so if you go onto YouTube and search, in Sonic Paris, Tankersley or Brian, they put the whole. Brian Tankersley was the Nashville mixer guy, and he did basically for a week. One of the other guys in the community came down to his studio and videotaped him providing a master class in using Paris and how he set it up. And because you could have virtual windows, so you could set up all the different sub-mix pieces in your virtual windows, and he had hotkeys. And I mean, he was like, you watch a guy like that, you get inspired. Like, yeah, I want my system to look exactly like that. And it was his system that were in the commercials in the day where it was a desk with the control surfaces laid out, and I think it was 5 maybe 21-inch monitors embedded in a console, wooden console and all like that. And I swear there's some modern equipment that has the same console, but some other equipment now. I have to look it up.
Yeah.
But so But a big part of it was the user community too. It was a small,
Sure.
fervent user community, and trying desperately to keep a piece of tech alive that was orphaned by two corporations.
Yeah, timing is everything, right? I mean, that's so crazy that it was so close to when they were dissolving and becoming part
Yeah.
of Indie and stuff.
Well, and the saddest thing is all the people from Ensoniq who are deep in it, they just washed their hands and walked away. And like they weren't part of the user community or anything like that, which is sad.
More of a
But
job to them.
well, they're moving on to other things. I mean, they all moved into other businesses and whatnot. But I think that Toro went into academics. He's out there with you somewhere.
Oh.
But I love his plate reverb. That's my favorite.
On the DP?
Oh, I wish. No, somebody's ported his algorithms to VCV.
Oh.
So a guy, it's called Valley, and the
Yeah.
module's Plateau. Valley's Plateau.
okay.
And it's a, yep. And
Hmm.
I'm not sure if there's others that have done his algorithms, but he does research out there in sound and whatnot.
Interesting. So his stuff came out after they were doing all that stuff? Why didn't they roll his stuff into the other products?
Oh, they are. So in other words, he was one of the coders, and I know in particular it's his plate algorithms in the DP, and all the Ensoniq ESP.
Oh, so it is in there. Okay.
Yeah, all Ensoniq, right?
Okay.
And they had, I mean, it was like, who was it? Scott Peer. Wasn't he one? I forget the names.
Oh, I don't know the names in that group too much.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is they like just all vanished, and nobody's tracking it. I feel sad, and Sonic needs more champions in these days.
It's like, Dave Rossum is the main guy at Emu, but there's so many other guys that nobody knows.
Yeah, well, it's
Just brings
Rossum and who's his partner?
I forgot.
There's another Scott.
Yeah.
I forget. Yeah,
Like
but
there's a guy there who did a lot of the sounds. This guy Frank Ravel. Talked to him before. Nobody ever talked about that guy. So if you're dealing with like emulator or Emacs sample libraries and stuff like that, you would talk to Frank Ravel.
Yep.
But nobody ever mentions him. So yeah, it's just the names all get lost to time.
and exactly.
Which is unfortunate, but the way it goes.
Well, so Ensoniq came out of the Commodore guys, right? They did the
Oh yeah, that's the cool thing
chip
about it.
and
It's
all.
like they were smart to take the audio expertise they had
Yeah.
and make really good audio with it. Very clever. But some of those computer guys don't often go past their computer stuff. They don't think outside the box.
Yeah. But I was asleep musically for the Ensoniq years. Because I pretty much packed it up in about 84.
I knew about them because of the stores.
Well, I
only
knew
knew
the
about
name
the
and
stuff because I
and
went to all the music stores and shit.
Yeah. But I wasn't
Like-
actively pursuing music, and I was a recording guy anyway, so.
Oh sure.
But
Well, I was a broke student, so I didn't have the money for the shit anyway. I used to drool over it. And then when eBay
yeah,
came
and I was a
out,
broke recording guy.
and
And,
eBay came out, my brother told me about eBay, and I go, "What? You can buy all this shit now online cheap?"
Yep,
You
that's
know.
what got me.
And but to this day, I'm kicking myself because the smart guys like Richard Devine would go to the pawn shops and get all the vintage stuff for dirt cheap. That's people going digital crazy. And I'm drooling over the stuff at Guitar Center and other local music stores, which is those very things I still went crazy for when eBay was available. But if I were smart, I would have gone further back and looked for the more vintage stuff that was now pennies in the dollar. Because Richard Devine basically said, he got an ARP 2600 in a pawn shop for like $300, and
Wow,
a Mini
yeah.
Moog for like $300 or $400 or something like that, because nobody wanted that shit. And I would have wanted it if I had known it existed. I didn't even know it existed. I mean, I knew about the Moog stuff from Switched on Bach, but I didn't know about Mini Moogs. I didn't know about stuff. The first time I saw a small Moog was in a used music shop that's long gone in Santa Cruz. They got replaced by this place called Musicians Trading Post. I'm sorry, that was the old name. Got replaced by the Starving Musician. And the Trading Post is funny. It had like stoners working there, the classic Santa Cruz kind of thing.
Of
And,
course.
I saw a micro Moog. So this little one oscillator job with a little ribbon pitch bender. A little metal ribbon pitch bender and stuff, and really, really minuscule, usable, but very minimal synth compared to what a mini Moog did.
Right.
But it was dirt cheap. It was like $150 or something like that. And being mostly a early synth guy, playing like Hawaii's and other stuff I could afford, and was playing with it a lot in the stores. I go, oh, what does this thing do? Let's try this. I couldn't get a sound out of it. I'm like, well, I don't know if it's broken because it's in a used area, or if it's basically so hard to use, I don't want to deal with it. And so I just kind of walked away and never went back. I should have gone back there. Because by the time I'd done some reading, I was going, well, that's pretty cool, actually. I should go back and get that. It was long gone, obviously.
It was gone.
It's been a couple weeks. It was gone. But, I probably still would have been mad, like, oh, it's only monophonic, right? So, but this is what
The
happens
nerve
when
of
you
that.
don't know what you're doing with that shit. You just learn
Yeah.
it. And but I wish I had bought it, because I would have bought it really cheap. It would be worth some money now, although I wouldn't sell it. I have the closest thing I have to that now from that time period is a Rogue Rogue.
Yeah.
Which is still pretty fun and pretty useful. Interesting.
Well, I remember because I started going into the Thoroughbred Music was our pro audio store in Tampa area, North Tampa, and it was originally in it was the space of a 7-Eleven or so. I mean, it was really small, crazy small, and it was they didn't have a whole lot of space, but I walking around and whatnot and seeing the the ARPs and Moogs and all, and I was making as a graduate assistant like $5,600 a year, and you see a synth that's like $2,000. Just like, well, thank you. That's not that's never going to happen, and whatever. So it was like no hope for that. But I wasn't a synth guy. I was a recording guy. That's what I was really. I had to walk past the synths to get to the reel-to-reel decks and mixing boards. But
you know what they call the pro audio section.
The pro audio, that's right. And even in like the class I took in college, it was like we had I was in Studio B, so it was an 8-track studio. It had an 8-track, a 4-track, a 2-track, a mix down deck, a couple nice mixing boards, Tascam, TAC, Revox, whatever. And then in the other side of the room was this Moog modular system, 55 or whatever. I couldn't tell you exactly which one, but in the keyboard and everything. And it was basically like the teacher said, "You do not touch that." Yes, sir. Yeah. I will castrate you if you do anything. I mean,
not that you would break it, but they probably didn't want their settings messed up. So.
Well, yeah, exactly that. It was like it was in a room for people who knew how to use it, and you weren't one.
Yeah.
So, but they were on their way to get a synclavier like within a year or so afterwards. No, wow. When synclavier came out, 82, right?
That was the late 70s.
Or was it late 70s?
Original synclavier. Yeah, because they had FM, and they had before they had sampling, they had FM, and they had some kind of additive system as well, I think.
So, this was summer of 1980, and they were rebuilding their Studio A. It was going to be a 16-channel system, 1-inch 16-track deck, and then they were. I think maybe like the following year was going to be a synclavier or something like that, because I had a roommate afterwards who was taking classes there and would keep me up to date on what was going on.
Oh, so you didn't get to play with the synclavier?
No. I took one class there, but that was like my last class as an undergraduate.
Right.
And I took they called it analog music and digital music, and analog was learning to work in Music Studio, and digital was trying to program Barry Vercoe's Fortran subroutine to print out sine waves and ADSR envelopes. And all. Was the earliest form of digital music that we had.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, wildness on the IBM 360. So we couldn't actually hear our work because they didn't have digitizers, but we could see them.
Oh no.
We'd have to print them out on the fan fold paper that you could have go all around the room. You
Yeah.
just you'd print out your waveforms, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's good.
Wow, that's
So
crazy.
that's it, visual synthesis. But those are just my last classes as an undergrad, and as a grad student I couldn't take music or anything, but I was a
Yeah.
recording guy, so I just had buddies that would come over and record them, and that was my thing.
Yeah.
But I packed it all up when I moved to Maryland and said, okay, so I'll have a chance at some point. And I said to myself, hey, when I retire, I'll unpack it all up and start all over again. But
There you go.
the opportunity came to get back into it before that. So here I am.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's when I started actually playing and getting into the synthesizers and all. And like you said, eBay, that was the trouble. We found that thing.
Yeah.
eBay.
I mean, when I first found eBay, I was making decent money, but I was also, you got rent and you got bills and other shit I already bought over the years. And, money's going pretty quick with the, going out partying with friends and all kinds of stuff. Money doesn't last as long as you think it does. And then I discovered that shit. And I go, I can afford this stuff now. But it doesn't mean I should definitely just go crazy, right? But I did go crazy.
Yeah.
There were many months where I lived on peanut butter sandwiches and, that kind of stuff. It's not, it's not totally unhealthy, but it's not the most balanced diet when you're, basically forced to live on the most basic functions.
There you go. I wasn't that down. It was the case of double income, one kid at least, and I had my I taught part time for 25 years, so that was my play money, and suddenly like, oh, all these, like I said, those boxes that I walked past in Thoroughbred Music, I could now like, wait a minute, that's affordable.
Well,
But
my biggest break was when I was working at Nikon, and I was when I left the previous company to go to Nikon, in a pinch, I kind of grabbed what was good and available, but it wasn't quite a lateral move. I had slightly a step down, a little bit more of the typical support role and not the server and stuff. Although I did do some of the server level stuff, the backups and things like that, but I wasn't a full-time server person because I already had a bunch of those people. So the pay wasn't quite as high as I had when I left the other company, but it was close. But, because I went back from salary to hourly,
sure,
they realized there was some kind of law that passed. They fucked up, but they realized they were screwing over hourly people. So after that first year, I suddenly get like a check for it's like $10,000 or something like that, or $12,000 for all the stuff they owed me.
yeah.
And I was like, I should do the smart thing and invest this. But you know what? All that shit I've been looking at that I'm drooling over, I can't afford, I'm going to get it right now. So I got a Virus TI brand new. I got the Volver desktop. I got the rare signature edition Jan Hammer keytar. I wanted to get this Link LN4 kind of thing. It was really rare back then. Keytars weren't that popular. And I wanted a nice keytar, and it's Jan Hammer. I love Jan Hammer stuff.
There you
So
go.
I bought that. It was like $1,000 that fucking keytar.
Man, living the
But
dream.
it's cool because, it can support 4 devices at once because it has a patch bay that goes with it.
Huh.
And there's little quick switches on the keytar itself will choose what patch you're choosing of the modules hooked up or synths hooked up to that patch bay. So a very clever little trick for live performance.
Okay.
But I literally only used it like 3 times ever. So I just really wanted it, right? And I bought a bunch of the keytar since then, but that was the keytar I really wanted. And I bought a whole bunch of other crazy shit that was not as fancy. But that $10,000 didn't last very long.
No.
Most of my stuff was like, 400 here, 300 there, 500 here, that kind of stuff, because I was finding pretty good deals on stuff, but it adds up pretty quick, And that's where the peanut butter came in, because it's it was just quickly over my head of I could barely test the stuff I was getting in the 30-day period that I was getting it from eBay or whatever before to
Yeah.
make sure I wasn't getting screwed because stuff was coming in fast and furious. Because I would sometimes find one of something and I was looking for a long time and it would not. It's like the whole thing with the polyrevolver rack I was talking about earlier. It wasn't available. It's not going to be available anymore at some point. So strike while the iron's hot. So when I bought that Pismo and I had lost my last chance of getting the polyrevolver rack, I was really pissed. But I got a really good deal with Pismo, so I'm happy I got that. But that
Yep.
polyrevolver rack would have been really nice because no one is selling those ever. They're done from circulation. They're coveted.
Yeah. Oof.
And so I started noticing that on eBay with certain things.
That's wise. Yeah.
It took me like 4 or 5 years to find certain things, especially in a certain condition. And so I was just patient. And people were like, yeah, can you ever find this? I said, you will eventually find most things if you look. I have found stuff I barely even knew about. And plenty of things I never even heard of and quickly researched and goes, holy shit, I got to get that right away. Because now I know that's a really cool thing. No one's talking about it. And it may be one of those things that catches on and it will disappear.
Well, I like Kickstarters and boutique-y things. There's so much like incredibly novel gear out there that's not crazy price. So you're, it's low hanging fruit for you, and and you get it, and you just never know like what's going to be a gold mine. But not
I'm still waiting for one
speculating
that
or anything.
we just got an announcement the Anima Omega is now delayed probably.
Okay. Too bad.
Unfortunately, but I'm looking forward to it because I think it'll be really nice. So I know a lot of people are like, oh, I'm so scared to do Kickstarter and Indiegogo and stuff, but seriously, out of about 20 things, I had problems with 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah.
And some of the stuff I got was really cool. Like, again, I haven't used it yet, but I got this super bizarre, nobody makes these kind of things, desalinator pump. So you can make drinkable water from seawater for survival purposes. You know, where the fuck are you going to buy one of those? You don't find those. Right? So it was a really cool Indiegogo campaign that it took 5 years to show up, but I finally got it.
I know where you can get some, but they're not cheap. And
that's what I mean. This is one that you could put in a bag and carry around.
Yeah.
It's hand pumped, and it was really cost effective. It was built to, because part of the campaign, which was really nice of them, was to take some of the funds and donate them to third world countries.
Oh, there you go. So
it was a good cause.
Yeah.
But,
I can't say I've ever, like, for the synth gear, there's nothing I've bought that I've really saying, like, I'm speculating, like, oh, this is going to be worth 10 times in 5 years or something like that. Like, and my Fismo, I got my Fismo for $400, and it's sort of like, but I never ever expected, I got it hoping that it would stay at $400. Not
last time I looked at one, it was $5,000.
Well, there's a guy in New Jersey who's been on Craigslist forever here trying to sell it, and he's down to 2,300, and he keeps nibbling down. And then he takes the ad off, and then he puts it back up for 4,000, because 4,000 used to be the bar. He put it 4,000, and every 3 months he'd drop it down. It's like go to Reverb or whatever. But
mine was I got mine during the pandemic. Got real lucky.
Wow!
Perfect shape for maybe 1,800.
How much?
1,800, I think it was.
18. Wow.
I mean, with shipping, probably 19, something like that. It wasn't bad. But that's the problem, is that Polyvolver Rack showed them at the same fucking time, and I already put the money in for that Pismo. The Polyvolver Rack was like 2,000 or 2,100, something like that, which is a steal considering that you'll never see them.
So,
so I missed out on that because I only had money for one thing. I already spent them.
But I will say I had good luck. I don't do it anymore. It was trumpets, speculating in trumpets more, and and it's sort of, it's sort of a niche community, but finding the right instruments and getting it restored and then selling it. Let's see, I'm gonna say I had one flugelhorn that I bought that was sort of like a student model, so I just sold that for basically what I paid for it. But
Yeah.
otherwise, I mean, I had a couple of horns that I doubled my money on, and yeah, I think I pretty much made money on all of them, and it was just because I was a collecting as had an eye for what I wanted, and that was it. So
Well, I
certain things.
remember I played brass in elementary school, and I was going to do trumpet, and then my dad happened to have his own cornet for who knows when, and well, I could probably play that, and it's free. You already have it. But then
Yep.
I didn't really gel with the mouthpiece. It was tricky to get the embouchure. So
Right.
they said you should play something a little bit bigger, and also we do need somebody playing this other instrument. So I got a euphonium. And it was a rental.
Yep. Okay.
So I had to lug this thing around like the Band Geek and all the movies and stuff.
Yeah.
But I was a strong kid and a big kid, so it was easy for me to carry around. But it was a big fucking thing to carry around,
Yeah.
big case and all that. But it was fun because I got pretty good at it, and I was playing in concerts in school, and really dug it. I could read music with no effort, and this was after a year playing violin. I liked the violin a lot too.
Yeah.
In fourth grade, in the fifth grade, I did the euphonium, and then I should do fifth and sixth grade, and then all of a sudden, you get a little bit older, and you're like, oh, it's not cool to play this shit. I want to do something that, I want to play more
That's good.
sports.
Yep.
So I was doing like basketball, water polo, football, stuff like that.
Yep.
And then, it was the 80s, you're surrounded by new wave and synth pop, and I'm like, I love all this stuff on the radio. This is really great. I'm buying all these albums and stuff, and I love these synthesizers. This is really cool. I should get into that kind of stuff. So, I didn't really put much effort out because there's no internet back then. You just had some magazines and people you talk to here and there. And a lot of the stores around here didn't have some of the coolest stuff. They had some stuff, but you would think they would have more like they do now, because I find all kinds of stuff nowadays everywhere.
Yeah.
From used stores and new stores. But I don't know, just a kid, I didn't notice as much as I got toward the end of high school. Like, man, there's some great stuff out there, but I really can't not afford that. So I got like the cheap Casio stuff from my parents. I bought my first sampler, the SK1. It was
Yep.
a lot of fun. It's portable, a lot of fun. Beep around in the kitchen and stuff. Recording animal sounds. Because I was trying to do Bernie Krause. You know Bernie Krause?
Yeah, I know the name. I can't think of
Beaver and Krause, they wrote the None Such Guide to Electronic Music, the first actual instructive
wait a
album on electronic music in 68, 69 or something like that.
Okay.
And it actually gave audio demos of synthesizer terms and technology in an audio format, like an audio textbook.
Right.
And it's some weird shit on there too. I finally picked one up years ago. Anyway, I knew about him from his novelty albums he was doing in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, because he being a musician, but his career being this thing called bioacoustician. He would go out and study biomes and the audio footprints of biomes and the density of species. And how indicator species of a biome, certain birds and certain mammals make a certain sounds. And you can tell the health of a community by the density of these animals and who's doing what at what time of day. So he was doing recordings for California Academy of Sciences, a really great museum in San Francisco. And being a fan of that since I was a kid, I'd go up there and listen to his sound effects, part of all of the exhibits. Just amazing recordings. And being a guy who's into music in the old electronics days and also animal sounds, he gravitated to samples very quickly and started making these crazy novelty albums made with animal sound. So he made one called Fish Rap, WRAP. It's all these like recordings of like walruses and snapping shrimp and dolphins and shit, and wave crashes truncated to be snares,
Oh my.
and snapping shrimp are hi-hats. It's kind of a gong sound that walruses make underwater was like a gong sound, like a gong, gong, gong. And brass was elephant trumpeting in groups.
What year was this?
Very early 90s, late 80s. He did a novelty CD back then, single CD called Fish Rap.
Okay.
And then he did another one called Gorillas in the Mix. And it had like samples of his famous parrot called Turkey Colin.
That sounds familiar. Yeah, that's
I'm in trouble, Turkey Colin. And it's like this like funky music and
yeah.
and all the band instruments were always animal sounds, not one synthesizer sound in the entire recording. That was his goal, is to do it all with sampled sounds. Which is great, because that's exactly what I got into when I got into samples. I got into SK1, and then in college I saved up and bought an Emax 2. And most of my early output was just crazy sound design, animal sounds, industrial sounds, reversing things, layering things, mixing it with a synthesis engine on board. And a bunch of other clever things, and along with the discs I got from friends.
Good stuff. So
I got
hit
way
us,
into
man.
that stuff because of Bernie Krause. You know?
There you go.
Yeah.
Just takes the right spark. So
Well, look him up. It's funny stuff. It should be on YouTube.
yeah, check it out. The name's familiar, and that Gorillas in the Mix in particular. That sounds,
Yeah.
but nothing I've heard or anything. But
No. And it was novelty, but it was actually well done. You laugh at first, but then you go, "Hey, this is pretty cool, actually."
yeah,
So,
yeah. Well, that's the thing, is when you know how it's made. If you don't know, you think novelty, whatever. But when you know, it's like, oh my, yeah, exactly.
well,
Like
the novelty
Salvador
mode
Dali.
stuff was pretty bad, like the switched on jazz and the switched on Christmas, and those are pretty shitty. Right?
Yeah.
But this guy's taking it up a notch by using like good quality animal sounds, part of his research, making music with it as a musician, and it's fun. You know.
Good stuff. Listen, man, I gotta head to bed now.
No worries.
So,
good time.
It's my witching hour, and
I gotta get some sleep before Ramsey. I mean, I'll be a wreck.
Oh, that's right. You're the Rands man. Oh, good luck. I'm barely awake when he's done. So,
exactly.
Well, listen, you take care, and
too,
hey,
man.
Steve.
Thanks.
See you, Steve, and whoever Universal Vibe. If you're out there, you guys take it easy. Catch you next time.
Bye, everybody. I'll catch you all later. Time to shut it down. I'm gonna do dinner. Get to sleep. Good time. So yeah, I'll do some more tweaks with the audio. I put the noise blocker back on. Provided by new plugin thingy they added to StreamYard to block extraneous noise. So I have that back on now. But I had turned it off because it messes with the synth demo that I'm doing with the synth. But since I'm talking now, I turned it off. But I got to troubleshoot some more weird hums and ground loops or whatever the hell is going on. Probably just some content problems. So more work to be done and more demos and shit. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Go back and listen to G50 demos and the SX240 demo and what else I played. I don't know, but Polyevolver. So, hey, Destructo, what's up? Just in time for me to end the show. Not really a show. It's a silly demo thing in a chat session. So, thanks for everyone showing up and all that. Remember, you can always jump in. I always put the link in the pinned in the chat if you want to jump on stream and talk or video or both. The chat's supposed to be fine. Started doing these more regularly again. I took a break for a while because I was sick. I got anthrax. Still coughing up some stuff, but much better. I'm not coughing up much on the stream. So, so I'll be doing more here and there. I feel like messing around with some more equipment. But I am going to do some more troubleshooting before next time because I'm tired of the hums and crackles. Weird stuff. I need to maintain the studio with the gutters. I definitely found some deoxit issues today that fixed my problem in like 2 seconds. where I went from zero sound to proper sound, just a little deoxit. So it is a miracle worker at times. So, but thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you later.